Ricardian model, or what we call as a comparative advantage. Okay, I'm just giving a summary first before I writing. Okay, I'm not writing anything first. Okay, I'm just giving you the view. Okay, how it's going to be. Okay, all right. So, when the question asks you to talk about the flow of international trade, okay, the most important thing is that the as a starting point, you have to always define international trade. Okay, right? Do not define international trade as a simplistic kind of a model or framework. Okay, don't confine the definition into a simplistic framework. Don't do that. Okay, now what do I mean by that? Okay, say if you observe Ricardian model or comparative model, okay, all right, or comparative advantage model, you might have heard about opportunity costs, right? Opportunity cost is being measured in terms of units that you got to sacrifice in order for you to focus on the production of another product. Okay, say for example, you have two products. You have semiconductor chips and you have clothes, right? So if you want to concentrate more on clothes, you have to let go the semiconductor production of semiconductor chips. Why? Why do you have to let go the units of semiconductor chips if you want to focus more on the production of clothes? Because of limited resources. Now, as of a Ricardian model, the focus of resources are only going to be confined to labors, the labors that we have. We only have one factor of production within the context of Ricardian model, which doesn't which which doesn't speak up in reality. Okay, all right. In reality, we have many different resources. We have time, we have technology, we have innovation, we have capital, we have skilled labors, all the technology part, the AI will come in, the blockchain, all that will come into the picture. Okay, all right. So based on the Ricardian model, the focus will only be on the units that you sacrifice. Okay, all right. The measurement of losses are in terms of prices, right? The units of productions that you let go, or the one that you forgo, okay, that is what we call as prices, costs. Okay, all right. So that is the logic of, I mean, a bit about Ricardian model. So can you actually talk about Ricardian model when it comes to this question, flow of international trade? Yes, you can, because it's a part of theory. So my point here is that, okay, I'm just trying to tell you that what are the things that you can incorporate into this question? Can you talk about definition of international trade? Yes. By all means, you can talk about the definition of international trade. Okay, all right. Can you actually give? Can you actually give up some examples of international trade? Can you can talk about exports? You can talk about imports. You can also talk about e-commerce. You can talk about cashless transactions. You can talk about e-wallets. Any of the elements that are being connected to international trade. Okay, all right. So, and at the same time, can you talk about the theories? Yes, by all means, you can talk about the theories. Can I also talk about the graphical illustrations? Can I talk about HO model? All right. So can I talk about other theories? Seesaw theorem or flying geese. Can I talk about that? Yes. By all means, you can talk about that. So it's not, see, the question is not confining you to focus on one side, because the marks is about 25 marks, right? Okay, all right. Later on, I'll tell you how many points that you can put in for the 25 marks question. Okay. Now, basically, for your quiz, you're going to get 4 questions, and each questions will be allocated 25 marks. That means if you sum up all the 4 questions, you're going to get 100 marks. Okay, all right. So that is how it's workable. Okay, all right. Now I believe that it's definitely be workable here. Okay, all right. Now that is why I have cited the first question, just to give you an illustration. Okay, all right. So it's not to say that you got to confine yourself to one side only. Okay, all right. Okay, so now let's look at the question. This is your cloud version. I'm going to use my desktop version now. You see, whatever that I'm going to write, it will be reflected. It will be reflected here. Okay, all right. I mean, in your cloud version. Okay. So, explain the flow of international trade within the context of global market. Okay. Now, whichever questions or whatever sets of questions that you're going to encounter, okay, always start with the definition. Always start with the definition. Okay, all right. And make sure that you read through the keywords within the questions. Okay. Now, if we look at the first question, it says it requires you to explain the flow of international trade within the context of global market. Okay, all right. So, what do they mean by global market? Global market means it's a market without borders, without restrictions. You are free to move anywhere that you like. A mobility, a mobility. Okay, all right. Say, for example, a laborers from one country can move to another country, and the laborers from the other country can be imported or exported to another sort of country. Okay, so imports or exports of products can take place. Okay, no restrictions. Okay, no restrictions, zero tariffs or lower tariffs. Okay, all right. And you also allowing what you call foreign investments, foreign direct investments. The foreigners are getting to their home country, okay, all right, to do some investments, to open up some branches. Like you see KFC, okay, KFC, McD, Samsung, okay, all right, Toyota, all right. So all those enterprises that I've said out to you just now refers to multinational enterprises. Multinational enterprises means enterprises that have shares in different countries. It's not only you can you will not you will be able to see KFC and McD in almost in most of the countries in the world. Okay, all right. So KFC, McD are what we call as a common foreign investments, common examples of foreign investments that we can observe. Okay, all right. So, and at the same time, okay, at the same time, we have millions of products. We have millions of products. We have hundreds of resources that we have, right? Okay. Now we are not only focusing on physical products. We also have virtual products at the same time. Okay. All right. So let's start with the definition. Okay. All right. So first of all, the key clue here is the definition. So definition. So definition of international trade. Okay, all right. So you can put up a note that definition of international trade. Now, in your actual quiz, okay, you don't have to write like definition of international trade, all that. You can straight away get into the writing. Okay, all right. Now, I'm just putting up this because I wanted to highlight to you that This is the main thing that you got to put in. Okay. Now, in your actual quiz, you can just skip the part of definition of international trade. You can put it in paragraph. You can just put in the answer directly. Okay. No need to put in the section or subsections like this. Okay. Now, definition of international trade. So you can say international trade refers to the exchange of flexible exchange of goods, uh, resources. You see, international trade refers to the flexible exchange of goods. I put it as labors. I put it as capitals, technology, innovation, knowledge, between stakeholders across the countries, all across the borders. Okay, all right. So when you are saying like this, okay, we see international trade refers to the flexible exchange of goods, labors, capitals, technology, innovation, and knowledge. There can be free flow of knowledge. Like say, for example, okay, now we are located, I'm located in Malaysia, right? Okay. And all of you over there are located in Vietnam. Okay, so how do we exchange our knowledge? We exchange our knowledge through a medium. Okay. What is the medium that we are utilizing at this moment? Teams. We are exchanging our knowledge. We are exchanging our knowledge. We are exchanging our information. Okay. All right. I'm exchanging my information. I'm transferring my knowledge. I'm transferring my knowledge to all of you using the medium so-called as Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams is what we call as a product. It's a virtual product, right? It's a virtual product or what we call as a intangible products. Intangible products means something that you cannot touch. You can only feel it, but you cannot touch it. Okay, all right. So to enhance, okay, this is my definition. Okay. Now, how do I add up more values to it? How do I add up more values to it? How do I make my um, points to be more relevant? Okay, through definition. Actually, I want to get more marks within my definition. Okay, how do I get more definite? How can I be more clear on this? So you can say the flexible exchange of you can bring in the thoughts. You can talk about. You see here, I'm bringing the components of product market. Product market. You see, product market. Okay, all right. So product market in this case can talk about both physical products plus virtual products. Okay, all right. So product market is equals to physical products plus virtual products. Okay, all right. So what do I mean by here is I can indicate that this is tangible. Tangible products intangible products. Right? Okay. So I can give examples. Okay, examples. Examples. You can talk about physical products wise. You can give in some examples. Um, Semiconductor chips. You can talk about electronic gadgets, or you can say smartphones. You can say clips or paper clips, or you can say clothes. Okay, all right. So you can give maybe about three examples will do. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, and virtual products. I mean, actually, physical products can be any. It can be a laptop. It can be a what we call as a smartphone. It can be a chips. It can be a table. So it can be chairs or whatsoever. Okay, all right. Even you see that what we call as we are importing some products from China as well. Okay, all right. Some wooden chairs. Some wooden chairs, right? Some wooden chairs from China, okay, or from Japan, okay. Now we might tend to actually import cars from Japan or from South Korea, okay, all right, or export it to them, okay, all right. So it works out like that, okay. Now virtual products, I can put in example of you can say applications. So applications is like what? You can say GrabPay. You want to talk about fintech applications also can. Like say for example, here I put fintech, financial technology applications. Guys, 1 minute. I'm getting a call from admin. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Yeah. Guys, yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was admin calling me just now. Yeah, so that's why I need to speak up to the person. Okay, let's go on. Okay, now, so fintech, financial technology applications, you can give a few examples. Okay, now not necessary that you have to list up all types of applications. Just give me about three enough ready. Okay, just three enough ready. Yeah. So you say GrabPay, Boost Bank, or you can talk about Touch and Go also. Yeah, Touch and Go, or Samsung Pay. Okay, Samsung Pay or Alipay. All right. I'm giving you more than three examples. Okay, all right. You can give in more if you want to, just to back up your ideas. Okay, all right. So you already indicated this, right? Okay, all right. So now, you talked about you have talked about the what you call definitions of international trade. You have given the examples within the product market. Okay, all right. So you may want to give something on the resource market as well. So resource market, right? So you can talk about labors. Okay, labors. You have what we call as a skilled, unskilled. Okay, all right. Where this one you can have it as a part-time, full-time, freelancer. Freelancer is more to what I call as a gig economic lah, yeah, gig economic. What do I mean by gig economic here is that, okay, say for example, okay, um, okay, I'll give you an example, okay. My full-time job uh, is as a lecturer, okay, as a lecturer. I'm working as a full-time lecturer, okay, help university. Now, on the part-time basis, okay, all right, I can become a freelance a driver. I can become a freelance, what do you call, programmer. Okay, all right. Now, freelance programmer and so on is based on call. Okay, on call jobs, right? On call jobs. On call jobs means when the company is going to call me up, okay, to design something, to design posters or to design their product features, okay, all right, or to design or to reshape their catalog, a product catalog, okay. So that is what we call as a on-call job, okay, all right. The freelancing will only happen if we have a demand for it. Okay. Now, at this moment, obviously, we have a demand for all this a full-time and freelancer. Especially freelancer is someone who tends to work from home. Okay. All right. So we have the part what we call as a work from office. It's also a part of resource. Yeah. Okay. WFO. Okay. All right. Versus work from home. Okay. All right. Now, so far, guys, are you all okay? If you're okay, just put a thumbs up. Any questions, anything that you want to ask me for now before we proceed further? Man, I know that we are only at the starting ground to it. Okay, there will be more things to be shared later. Okay, all right. So at this moment, do you have anything to ask me? No questions? Okay, right. So if you have any questions, feel free to check out with me. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, good. So, okay, so these are the things that you can highlight. Okay, I mean, just because it's 25 marks, it does not mean that it has to be reflected in the form of paragraphs. Not meaning to say, not to say it in that way. Okay, all right. Now, some students prefer to actually put up the ideas in terms of paragraphs. Some prefer to put up the notes in terms of points. Okay, all right. So as long as you see the points there, as long as I see the points there, so definitely you have a credit for it. You credit means, I mean to say that you have points for it, you have a marks for it or scores for it. Okay, all right. So I will be evaluating the answers. Okay, all right, based on the points that you put in, or based on the arguments that you are reflecting, that you have reflected. Okay, all right. So you see, so these are the things within the resource market, within the concept of labors. We have skilled, we have unskilled, right? And we also have what we call as semi-skilled. We have a semi-skilled, semi-skilled or semi-unskilled. Usually we call it as a semi-skilled. You know why? Because you see, like example, I give you an example. Okay. Now, there are some jobs. There are some jobs like where it requires you to become the admin, to become the administrator of the company. Okay. All right. At the same time, they will also require you to what you call to operate the warehouse. That means it requires a physical energy. Okay. Now, admin, you become an administrator, so you have to do most of your work using the gadgets that they have. Okay, like can be what do you call laptop, or what do you call a smartphone, right? Or it can be a Surface Pro, and so on, or it can be a desktop as well. Okay, all right. So at the same time, that is what we call as a skilled. Okay, all right. So semi-skilled jobs means that jobs that require the candidates to have both what do you call skilled, that means knowledge. Okay, intellects. Okay, intellects, or what we call as the knowledge related skills. Okay, technical skills, like in a way. Yeah. Okay. At the same time, they should also be reflecting on physical thoughts as well. Okay, they need to know how to drive, right? How to operate the machines. Okay, all right. So operating the machines, it requires both. You need to have a technical knowledge. At the same time, you need the physical energy. Okay, all right. So that is what we call as a semi skilled. So you can be a skilled person, and there are some jobs that doesn't require your knowledge, but requires your energy, right? That is how it's being reflected as. Okay, all right. Okay, okay, right. Okay, so now let's move on. Okay, so you have a machineries. Okay, you have what we call as a machineries. Machineries. You have what we call as a AI. Okay, all right. We have robots. Robots. Okay, all right. For robots with the AI features, with the artificial intelligence skills features. Yeah, right. Okay. At the same time, you have what we call as a time, right? Time effects. Okay, all right. Time is also considered to be an important resource. Okay, right. So you see, you can have a different kind of what we call as resources. Okay, it's not only confined to, you see, if we talk about Ricardian, later on we will be talking about the theories. Okay, now we talk about the practical events. the practical events that are taking place. Okay, all right. So you see, if we refer to the practical events and so on, okay, now we are not only having what you call labors and capitals, we also have more than that. Okay, all right. We also have innovation. Okay, we have innovation. We have time factor. Okay, we have time factor. Right. So we have, you see, the thing is that that's why, as I told you earlier, it's not only being confined to only one element to it. Okay, it has a lot of things. So based on this, you also have knowledge, knowledge, or what we call as a um, skills, skills. Okay, all right. At the same time, you need the funds as well. Okay, you need the funds. Okay, funds, or what we call as a loan. Okay, all right. So all this is a part of financing options. Okay, financing options. Okay, all right. Some will go through the buy now, pay later options. Okay, all right. So some, you see, you have what we call as credit services, right? Credit services is also a part of resources. Okay, all right. Now, meaning to say that you must understand what do I mean by resources over here. You see, do not confine yourself to only a few elements to it. You see, like, say, for example, why do I say credit services? You take companies, okay, all right, or newly opened companies or newly structured companies, okay, all right. So they need funds to operate, okay, all right. Obviously, in order for us to talk about companies, companies must have the engagement of what we call as the product market, engagement between the product market, and at the same time, the resources must also be there. Okay, right? It's not enough of just having factories. You can have factories, you can have lands, right? No doubt on that. Okay, you can have properties. Properties are also considered to be your resources. Okay, your lands, your acres of lands are also what we call as resources. The minerals, the energy. Okay, all right. Renewable energy, non-renewable energy. We are talking about oils. We are talking about fuels. Okay, all right. All that is also a part of resources as well. Okay, all right. So what I'm trying to say is that when I include the credit services as a part of resources, that means when you are new to the market, you need sort of be exposed to financing options if you want to bring up your companies to a large scale. Okay, if you want to improvise the scale of your business from a small scale to a higher or medium scale, you need the financing options. You need the credit services from banks, right? Say that is from the production part of it. Okay, all right. Let's talk about it from the consumption part. So consumption, say for example, consumers will be looking for the buy now, pay later options because most of the what you call apps, most of the recent apps, they are providing the buy now, pay later options. Even in Shopee also. Shopee is not a local product. Shopee or a Lazada, okay, right? Or Shopee or Grab, they are not what we call as a local products. They are international products, right? Because the production is not done by the local people. The production has not taken place within the country. Say the idea of developing a Grab or a Shopee comes from different countries like Singapore. You see, so Singapore is the one who have actually established the applications. You see, So that is how it's workable. Okay. So the thing is that when you're talking about those buy now, pay later options that given by these applications like Grab or Shopee or Lazada and so on. Okay. All right. You notice that those are to help out, to those are to boost up the consumptions, right? They can, okay, like say for example, okay, you open up a Shopee, okay, all right. So you buy, let's say for example, you're from Vietnam, okay, all right. You open up a Shopee, okay. Now within the Shopee platform, you decide to get a textbook. You get the textbook, you get the textbook from Indonesia. Let's say the textbook is not available within Vietnam. Okay, all right. You get to the Shopee, you open up the Shopee platform, and suddenly you look for the textbooks related to international trade textbooks. Okay, all right. So international trade textbooks within the Shopee platform, but those product is coming from Indonesia. Indonesian merchants or Indonesian traders are the one who are actually promoting the textbooks within Shopee platforms. So the thing is that you are buying it. So that is considered to be import. That is considered to be import, and the product will be shifted to you. Okay, shipping will take place. Okay, the flow of currency will take place. Now you see Vietnam dong will be combined together with Indonesian rupiah. Okay, all right. So we mingle up the currencies. Okay, so here we have the credit services and we also have energy resources. Energy. You need electricity. You need electricity, right? You need a fuel. Okay, all right. So all that is a part of energy. Yeah. So energy sources or resources. So all will be embodied within the resource market. Okay, your energy, electricity, water, and all those things. Okay, all right. So you see that. So you talk about product market, you talk about resource market. Okay. So you see, you have given some examples over here. See, you have opened up the spaces for it. Okay. So you see, when you are talking about your international trade, you have given a definition, and then followed by that, you give the elements. You see, you give a definitions, you give the features of it. So that will add up the value towards the marks. Okay. All right. So and then straight away you can bring in like say for example, you see international importance of international trade. You may want to give us some importance. So importance of international trade. So importance of international trade, how do you look at the importance? So importance, one thing is knowledge transfer. Okay, so knowledge transfer, product transfer. Okay, or you can say product transfer, facilitation of product mobility. Okay, all right. So you see here, facilitation of product mobility. So what do I mean by product mobility? So facilitation of product mobility means flexible movements. We call it as a flexible movements. Flexible movement, movements of products between countries. Say example, you're talking about exports. Example, China export clothes to Vietnam, and Vietnam import clothes from China. You see, so what I'm trying to say is that you see, facilitation of product mobility, the important part is that, okay, say for example, Vietnam doesn't have a quality or what we call as example, I'm just giving an example, okay. Obviously, Vietnam is also famous for the exports of clothes and so on, okay. But let's put it here, okay, all right. So you see, if you refer to the uh, China industry, okay, the clothing part is more designed, meaning to say more within the sort of certain fabricated designs. Okay, all right. So when you see when Vietnam consumers, okay, all right, Vietnam consumers, they feel that, okay, if they feel that they are lacking of quality or fabricated designs, or they have a very limited choices. Okay, you see, understandable. Vietnam is also into clothings. Okay, all right. Maybe there might be possibilities where the options or the variations of clothings within Vietnam might not be that much as compared to China. Okay, all right. So whatever clothings that they have within China is not being embodied within Vietnam. Okay, it's not available within Vietnam. Okay, so when they know that there is a shortage of product which is clothing. Okay, the Vietnam consumers will be importing the clothes from China. Okay, right. So when they import the clothes, right, they're getting the clothes from China. So the China's product, which is the clothes, will be mobile, right? I told you that the clothing here, the clothes is what we call as a product. Okay, all right. So the clothes will move into Vietnam. Okay, move into the Vietnam. Before it's moved, before the clothes move into Vietnam. Okay, it's being transferred from China. So that means what I'm trying to say is that product in and out, product in out concept. That means you see product clothes are being transferred into Vietnam. Clothes from China. So you see, right? So product mobility. Okay, all right. So same thing. Based on this, we notice that you see flows of currencies, flows of currencies, international currencies. You see, right? What we call as a leakages. You see, over here, example, flow of international currencies. Okay, all right. So you can say it as Vietnam dong. Okay, Vietnam dong has entered into China's currency market. Because you see, China export clothes to Vietnam and Vietnam import clothes, you see. So you see there's a leakages and there's a injections. That means what we are trying to say is that the Vietnam dong has entered into China's market. China is using yuan, okay, yuan. So what happened here is that, okay, so when Vietnam import the clothes from China, so the currency dong has reduced, and then it has entered into China's currency market. So there's a flows of international currencies over there. Okay, so in which it support the leakage and injections of Vietnam dong. Okay, all right. So now, so you can say the transfer of knowledge. Okay, knowledge transfer between countries. Like say for example, seminars, online seminars, online workshops conducted for students in Korea via Skype by international by Japanese scholar. So you see knowledge transfer, okay, or knowledge sharing. You can say knowledge transfer or knowledge sharing. Okay, all right. So knowledge transfer between countries. So online workshops conducted for students in Korea, you see. So online workshops means it's a virtual thing. Okay, all right. So on online workshops conducted for students in Korea. Okay, they don't have to travel, no physical traveling, no physical traveling. Okay, no mobility there. Say for example, if there is a restrictions in terms of mobility, the communication can still take place using mediums, like what happened during COVID-19. Okay, all right. During COVID-19, even though the mobility is being restricted because of the spread of a virus or COVID-19 effects and so on. Okay, the classes are still being conducted through online mediums like Teams, Skype, or Google Meeting, and so on. Okay, all right. So there's no restriction to that. Okay, so you see, so facilitation of product mobility, exchange of, you see, cross-border effect. So that means cross-border transactions, facilitation of cross-border transactions. Like how? Like how? Example, um, students bought electronic gadgets uh, from merchant in China via Shopee. Okay, all right. You see, students, I said example, Malaysian students bought electronic gadgets from merchant in China through Shopee. You see, right? So facilitation of cross-border. So what I'm trying to cross-border, because you see, Malaysia has a border. Malaysia has a border. Okay, all right. China has a border too. Okay, right. But they don't have a barrier. You understand? They don't have a barrier. They don't have a stopping point. So when I'm referring to cross border, that means the transaction is not only limited within the country. I'm not talking about a domestic trade. See, it's not a surprise to me that Malaysia students bought electronic gadgets from merchants in Malaysia. That's not a surprise thing because that person, I mean I mean the candidate, okay, or so-called as consumers and the merchants are located at the same country, right? But in this case, okay, in this case, international trade provides the opportunity for cross-border transactions. You understand, right? So that is how it's workable. Okay, all right. So okay, Ken, any other questions? So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yeah. Okay, all right. So now, can you talk about the theories? Yes, theories of international trade. Okay, so over here, you see, first thing is that I talked about the definition. I've given some examples. I've talked about the importance. That itself is already about 10 marks already. It's already about 10 marks already. Yeah. Okay. Now, minimum score also you can get about 8 marks there already. Okay. All right. So, not necessary that you must have the graphs for this question. Okay. All right. If you are able to explain something, I mean, obviously, what I'm trying to indicate here is that, okay, when it comes to economics, okay, when it comes to economics, particularly when it comes to international trade, you cannot skip the part of graphical illustrations. Graphical illustration is something that is advisable. Okay, right? But let's say for example, suddenly you have forgotten the structure of the graph at the time of you working on with the quiz and so on. Okay, then you can put in elaborations in terms of points also. Yeah, that is also workable. Okay, all right. Okay, so theories of international trade. Okay, all right. So here you can just pick up the best two theories, that you can explore. Okay, all right. So the best two theories that I've observed so far within the context of trade, international trade, not so much into a flying geese kind of thing. Okay, flying geese is like this. Okay, all right. Okay, you observe a geese, they are flying. Okay, the concept is they are flying. They are flying means the word flying, means you have to take note of the word up. Okay. The word flying means to say that you're moving from one region to another region. You're moving from one destination to another destination. Okay. All right. Say for example, okay, I give you another sort of point also. Okay. Now, some patients, some patients uh, from India, okay, all right, some patients from India prefer to get the best treatments for their disease. Okay, all right. But they are located in India. Okay, all right. So they prefer to get the best in order for them to get the best of the best treatments. Okay, all right. Or healthcare. Okay, the best healthcare. They have decided to travel to another country. They have decided to travel to another country to get the treatment. Okay. Now we have also heard about the story where some patients, some well to do patients. from India, they prefer to travel to Singapore, right? Singapore to get the what do you call treatment for their maybe for their kidneys or for the liver. Okay, all right. Example, so that is also what we call as a medical tourism. It's a medical tourism. Okay, all right. So you see, we can also indicate that uh, offers offers the opportunities for now for importance. You can just stick to the four lah. No need to talk about more. Okay, all right. Opportunities. Okay, offers the opportunities like in terms of example, medical tourism. Okay, medical tourism. Okay, medical tourism is where like the traveling, the mobility between of patient between India and Singapore to get the best healthcare healthcare services from best medical institutions in Singapore. So through the international trade, okay, it's an open market. Now, when we talk about open market or global market, what is the difference between open market and global market? They are the same, right? Global market means means to say that borderless transactions. Sometimes they use the word borderless. What do they mean by borderless? Borderless means no borders, zero borders. That means anyone can actually travel to any country at their best convenience. Okay, as long as you have money, as long as you have time, as long you have what we call as a resources, meaning to say, as long as you have the money, right? You have the time. It's a part of resources. Okay, right? So you can go ahead and travel. Okay, all right. As long as you fulfill the regulations and so on. Obviously, for certain countries, you need the passports and everything. Okay, that one doesn't come under our discussion. Meaning to say, what I'm saying is that zero restrictions, or even if we have a restrictions also, that restrictions is very less. Okay, all right. So that is how that is how things are workable, yeah. But again, as I said earlier, when you have pros, you always have the cons. When we talk about the importance of international trade, okay, we must always remember the fact that, okay, we will always have the negative part there. Okay, all right. Say for example, you allow the people to come in. Okay, you're allowing the people to come in. Some some people, okay, some people can get into the country illegally. Okay, illegally, all right, through sea, right, through sea or through boats. Okay, all right, they can arrive to the country illegally. So entry of illegal workers, right, without permit or without passport and so on. Okay, so that could be a disadvantage to the country, right? Okay, you wouldn't know what sort of activities that the illegal workers may do. Okay, all right, there might be some criminal offense, or there might be some criminal activities, like gambling, drug trafficking. They want to transfer the drugs from one country to another country. Okay, that could take place, you see. Skin trafficking, okay, skin trafficking. They can transfer the skins from one country to another country. So the illegal things will work out, organ trafficking and all those things, okay, right? So now let's get to the theories first. So theories first, we can start up with Ricardian model. So recurrent model. So recurrent model basically it's a type of it's a open what we call is a it's a simple model that advocates that has supported open transactions. We are true. Open transactions means you see if you refer to my way, the way of my explanation, my way of explanation is totally different from the textbook, right? That's why I'm saying like now if we have a doubt, like say for example, if we have some materials from what you call textbooks, and then you may want to come and refer to me whether it's okay or not. You can do that, no problem. But what I'm saying is that whatever thoughts that I'm sharing with you are not directly from any textbooks or what. Okay. So you have to understand it's all coming from directly from my mind, from my thinking. Okay. So that is why if you notice the way of my explanation, the definition point also is not the same. Okay. All right. So you see a recurrent model, a simple model that has supported open transactions. That means exports and imports of products of two different products. Okay. All right. Between two different countries. Okay, so you see how I'm putting up this. Okay, you see, recurrent model, a simple model that has supported open transactions, exports and imports of two different products between two different countries. Okay, all right. You see, using using one factor of production, using labors as the only source of productions. So you see, okay, here you see I'm combining products, two products times two countries times one factor, which is labor. You see, right? So you have to understand the context clearly. You have to understand the logic part clearly. Okay, all right. So when you're talking about a recurrent model, you should know how to explain them. How to explain them well. Okay, all right. You can also criticize them. I mean, no harm. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't criticize them or what. Okay, you can definitely criticize them, but it's just that how you're going to criticize them. That is how you should put it up. Okay, so over here, you should take note of the definition clearly. Okay, so here, recurrent model. Okay, now, I can say the Ricardian model is a model that developed by David Ricardo, a classical economist, blah, 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 blah. I can say that, okay? But I don't need all that. I don't need all that. All I need is, I need the explanation. I need the point on how I can make a connections to it, all right? So you see, Ricardian model, a simple model. You know why I'm saying a simple model? Do you all know why I'm saying as a simple model? Because it's a illogical, it's an irrational model. Although recurrent model is a famous model, okay, all right. during the classical period. Okay, but if we look at the current world, a real situation, it's not a complicated model. It's a very simple model because it uses only two countries and two products. So it's a more simplistic kind of a model. That's what I would say. You understand, right? So that is a point that I'm indicating here. Okay, all right. Okay. So simple model, why? Because it has two countries, it is tied up with two countries and two products. In reality, we have millions and hundreds and millions of products and resources. You see? So in this case, they are only using two products, two countries, and one factor, which is the labor. Okay, all right. So that is one. Okay. Now, recurrent model is based on differences So guys, the current model based on the differences of productivity, all right? So what do I mean by productivity here? Now you can also contribute, yeah. It's not that I'm the one who's always I mean the revision obviously I need to conduct it like to make sure that you understand the flow, how it looks like and so on. Okay, all right. But then at the same time, you also need to understand what we are talking about. So how do you explain this? Okay, so here, one moment, guys. Okay, so you see, recurrent model is based on the differences of productivity. Okay, all right. So you see, different different countries will have different productivity. Okay, what do I mean by productivity here? Productivity is depending on capacity of productions. See, I've already made up the point clear that you look at two countries, all the two countries that you're talking about are utilizing labors as the only source of productions. They don't utilize any other factor, besides labors, right? So when you're comparing one country with another, okay, all right, you're comparing them in terms of their capacities, right? You're not looking into the absolute advantage. You're looking into their comparative advantage. So comparative advantage is what we call as differences of productivity. Okay, so here, and these differences will lead to differences of opportunity costs. Okay, so this is what we call as comparative advantage. Ricardin said, Ricardin has indicated the thing clearly, right? See, Ricardin has indicated one thing clearly, and that is absolute advantage has less impact compared to comparative advantage. So the thing is that it's not of a surprise that you look into, okay, say for example, I'm comparing Malaysia with Singapore, okay, all right. So Malaysia and Singapore, just because Malaysia is a developing country and Singapore is a developed country, if we look into the absolute production, into the total production effect, obviously Singapore will have a higher absolute advantage compared to Malaysia in terms of their productions. But as you compare with their cost, the cost of the productions, when you're comparing them in terms of the cost, obviously Malaysia might have a lesser cost of production compared to Singapore. Okay, so we cannot judge the book by its cover. By just looking into the fact that they are from developed country, it does not mean that they are always good at, they are jack of all the trades. No, right? Jack of all trades means they are good in all the aspects of it. Okay, not necessary, right? So sometimes we also need to look into their effectiveness, their efficiency, right? Their efficiency. So when you are looking into the efficiency, the most important thing is that one person is considered to be effective when the person can resolve the thing very fast. Say, for example, I'm giving you an example, okay, all right? So if you compare the two students, okay, you're giving the same task. You're asking the students to solve it in 1 hour, to solve the questions, all the questions in 1 hour. Okay, all right. So when you compare these two students, okay, see the thing is that obviously in terms of total effect, right? Total effect, both students can come out with the answers. If you look at the total, if we look at the total effect, both students can come out with the answers for all the questions. No doubt that all the students, I mean the two students, have the capacity to prepare the answers for all the questions, all the given questions. But we are not looking into the total effect. We are looking into the fact that how long are the person going to utilize the 1 hour, or the person is going to take more than 1 hour to prepare the answers. So when you compare these two students, see the results can be the first student can complete the answers within half an hour. Within half an hour. Within half an hour, the students can come out with the answers, compared to another student that has to spend about 1 hour. 1 hour to prepare the answers and so on. You see, if you compare half an hour and 1 hour, half an hour is much more better than 1 hour. Because you see, you use less energy. You use less energy. Less energy, you use less time, less resource. You use less resource in order for you to come out with the answers. So the first student is a winner compared to the second student. You see? I mean, I'm talking about it from the theoretical point of view. I mean, practical wise might be different. Okay, we have to look into other things as well. Okay, all right. So that is why we call it as a comparative advantage. Comparative advantage, or sometimes, or competitive advantage. Competitive advantage. Okay, all right. So very important points, very important point. Okay, all right. So uh when you're looking at the recurrent model based on the differences of productivity, okay, no substitution effects over here. No substitution effects, because you see, you only have one labor. you only have one factor. Okay, all right. So okay, all right, clear. So you see, so this is how it's workable. You see. So now you see here, you say based on the, so meaning to say the logic here is that based on Ricardian model, countries, country with lower okay. So you see here, okay, all right. So you see, I explained to you that to the two students, right? The first student can complete the answers within half an hour, okay, all right. The second student has taken about 1 hour, the maximum time to work out the thing, right? So in terms of effectiveness, the first student has taken a less time. So what will happen? The first student the first student who has completed the answers within half an hour will be the role model. That means that particular person will be sharing the knowledge, right? Sharing the tips, right? Or selling the tips, right? To the second student. So second student has to get the idea, get the tips from the first student. So same goes to the countries. So that means based on Ricardian model, country with lower opportunity cost will be the exporter, right? Will be the exporter. That means the minimum. If you as comparative as you compare it with another country, okay, all right. Say if you observe that, okay, you have two products. Example, give you an example, okay. Malaysia will be the put it as China. China will be the due to the lower production cost, whereas Finland will be the importer. Okay, all right. So you see, we compare the clothings. Okay, all right. If China, I see China, you look at it very carefully. You look at it very carefully. You see, China and Finland. Okay, all right. So China, naturally, China has the abundant group of cheap labors. Now, just because they are cheap, it does not mean that they are compromising in terms of the quality. No, they are quality workers within China. Okay, all right. But at the same time, they are what you call they are having a lower cost, right? Okay, they don't demand for high wages. Okay, all right. They are cheap. Okay, all right. So when China has a cheap labor cost, okay, all right, definitely they will be able to produce more of clothes. when they produce the excess of clothes, okay, when they produce extra than what they have to sell it up within their local market, they will be exporting the extra part to Finland. Whereas Finland cannot focus more into a sort of clothing market because it requires them to invest more. That means they have to spend more in terms of wages or salaries. So, so in this case, China will be the exporter of clothes because they are able to minimize the cost of production as compared to Finland. So the one that has a lower production cost will be the winner. That means China will be gaining more of Finland's currencies. So it works out that way. You understand? Okay, all right. So that is a logic provided by Ricardian model. Okay. Now, any questions? Any questions that you wanted to ask me? Anything, guys, so far? Is it okay to proceed, or you need maybe about 5 minutes break or what to digest? If you need about 5 minutes break, just raise up your hand or put in thumbs up so that I know. So can I assume that you don't need a break? Can we continue then? Okay, we will go through the question first. We finish it up. Okay, all right. So now, here, now I'm going to talk about HO model. HO model. The HO model is also what we call as a simple model. We call it as a two-factor model. Two-factor model that has supported the exports and imports of two different products. You still have two different products, okay, all right, between two different countries using labors and capitals as the sources of productions. So two products times two countries times two factors, right? So over here, okay, as you can refer to this, okay, HO model, okay, we are still talking about the same thing, okay, as you compare it with the Ricardian model, okay, all right. We are still talking about the same thing, okay, all right, but the point here is that the point that I'm trying to indicate to you all here is, okay, all right, although the HO model might be similar to Ricardian model in terms of what you call the countries. It deals with two countries and also two products. Okay, but then in terms of factors, they are different. Okay, all right. So you look into the substitution effects. Substitution effects might not work out here, you see, because why I say they are not workable here, because you see, when you talk about clothes and what do you call papers, you have two products. Okay, all right. So two products, like say we have clothes and papers. Okay, right. So for the paper industry, we need more of laborers. Okay, laborers are considered to be the most effective what do you call a factor. Okay, for the production of clothes. As for I mean, so that's for clothing. Sorry. For the clothing industry, laborers are considered to be the most effective factor. Okay. As for the paper industry, okay, machinery or what we call as capital. Capital might be considered to be the most appropriate factor. Okay, all right. So you cannot switch them. Okay, you cannot like say for example, actually in reality you can. In reality you can. That means a substitution. Substitution part is where you see you can substitute labors with capitals. You can do that. Okay, but in terms of this, substitution will not be workable because you see, clothing requires only labors. Papers only requires machineries. You cannot put in machineries. You cannot switch the machineries to what do you call machineries to papers and labors to papers. You cannot do that. Okay, all right. So you cannot do that. Okay, so this case we end up saying that HO model based on differences of factor endowments. Factor endowments means factor supply lah, supply. Okay. Now that means they have two factors, right? Okay. So the two factors will have different what we call intensities. So in this one we can say that they also have differences in terms of cost effect. Yeah. We can say that cost differences, we could put it as cost difference, cost effects. Okay. Now, you see, when I'm talking about, even though I'm using a different term, okay, will lead to differences of cost effects. Okay. That does not mean that it doesn't talk about opportunity cost, still it talks about opportunity cost. Still, it talks about opportunity cost. You must understand one thing, okay? Opportunity cost means the sacrifices that you are doing, okay? Now, when you talk about opportunity cost, usually opportunity cost will be classified as pricing, okay? Say for example, okay, I give you the option now. Okay, let's say for example, okay, you're going and purchasing a product. Okay, all right. Like say for example, a tap. Okay, a tap. So, um, Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, a tap. So within the market, okay, you have different brands of tap. Okay, all right. Actually, the thing is that one of the loopholes or one of the weaknesses that we could observe within the both Ricardian and Astro model here is that they don't differentiate products based on brands. They only say clothings. They don't give branding to the products. You understand? Now, in reality, we have different brands to it. We have Asus, we have Dell, we have Acer, and so on in terms of laptop, right? In terms of what you call clothing, also we have Adidas, we have Nike, and all those things. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that this one they don't discuss anything about the brandings. They assume all the products are being same, homogeneous, right? That means homogeneous means products are same in terms of all the classifications, no differences, right? No differences. They are homogeneous. Products all are homogeneous. It's similar to like perfect market. Perfect market means they assume that all the products that they are selling up, all the products that are being sold out are all homogeneous. Nothing what we call as heterogeneous. Homogeneous means they are same in terms of quality, in terms of size, in terms of classification, in terms of branding, they are the same. No differences at all. Okay, all right. So, so the thing is that, okay, so you see the cause effects, okay, if you go to a one shop, okay, let's say if you go to one, okay, one of the shop A, okay, shop A, you can get the tab for about for about 2,000 ringgit, okay. Another shop is giving you the same tab for about after discounts and so on, you can get it for about 1,500. Okay, right? So 1,500 and 2,000. Okay, so definitely as a consumer, okay, as a consumer, you'll be able to go for the 1,500 compared to the 2,000, right? Compared to the 2,000. Okay, all right. So that is what I mean by differences. You see, differences in terms of pricing. Okay, all right. So you see, in that case, those who are this shop of B, okay, all right, who are offering the tab for about 1,500 will be able to make more sales compared to the other shop who doesn't want to reduce the prices at all. So shop B will end up making a good business, making a good money compared to the shop A. You see, so that is how the difference will be workable. You see, right? So although the products are the same, between countries, right? Between countries, they are the same, they are the same. Okay, when you talk about papers and clothes, both countries are actually trading or selling through the papers and clothes. Okay, all right. It's just that one is selling more of another. Okay, all right. So this one, the logic is based on the differences of factor endowments, and these differences will lead to differences of cost effects, right? Okay, now we look at the example now. So this is also what we call as competitive advantage also. Because you're talking about cost, right? Okay, no total effect, competitive advantage or competitive advantage. Right? So, okay, so now you see here, we end up making a point explanation. Okay, so based on this one, so you see, based on um, HO model, country with abundant factor will be the exporter and not country, sorry, not countries, country. Okay. Country with scarce. Scarce means we call it as a limited factor. Okay. Limited factor will be the importer. So example, we put up, okay. So China refers to labor intensive country, and Finland so in this case, so China will be the exporter. So in China, they have a higher level of what you call cheap labors. They have a higher pool of cheap labors within their market. Okay, all right. So that means that they have a higher labor intensity compared to capital intensity. Okay, right. So China will be exporting, will be the exporter of China will be the exporter of clothes, whereas Finland, you see Finland Finland will be having a lesser labors. Their labor intensity might not be as high as China. Okay, so they may end up importing uh, clothes. So and Finland importing will be the importer of clothes. Okay, all right, then. So that is the point that I'm trying to raise up here. See, all right. So okay, all right. So we talked about the what do you call importance. We have given definition, examples, importance, theories, right? Okay. At the same time, now you see we are going to give a point. This is the last part. Okay, this is the last part where you end up talking about uh, the the ugliness, the ugliness, the dark side. Okay, or you can put the dark side. The dark side of global trade will be you are promoting illegal illegal workers, entry of illegal workers, open system, dominance of multinational enterprises, like say for example, right, you are letting you're letting the system open, right? Okay, so with that, with the flexibilities, okay, it's possible for it's possible for what you call for the foreigners to come over to conduct a businesses within your home country. Okay, so when they do that, okay, when more multinational enterprises like KFC, Huawei, Samsung are getting into your home country, that will distort the condition of local companies. the local companies will lose up their positions. So that is what we call as a dominance of multinational enterprises. So well, most probably it will hurt the sentiments of local companies lah. Okay, right? Dominance of multinational enterprises, what we call as a um, we can call it as a trafficking, drug trafficking, organ trafficking, money laundering, scams, you can say counterfeit items, fake items. Right. Dark side of global trade will be like when you don't have active enforcement. Okay. All right. When the regulations are poorly being conducted. Okay. All right. Then there will be a possibilities for money laundering to take place or all other illegal activities to take place. Here, because you know why money laundering is a process where it's being transferred. That means you make the black money to become the white money. Okay, right? Why do they call it as a black money? Is because black money is what we call as a illegal income. Okay, it's not a legal income. Okay, right? It's a illegal income. Okay, so when the illegal income, when you earn something, so-called as a illegal income, in terms of money aspect, it becomes a black money. Okay, all right. So somehow or other, you might go to another country. Okay, you earn something, you do something, you go to another country, you change all the black money to become white money. Okay, that's also possible. Okay, all right. Yeah, so that is what we call as a money laundering. Okay, money laundering. Okay, organ trafficking means it's like a case where you see a case where say like okay, an apple. Okay, an apple. We have a north side of India, so called as an apple. And let's say someone from US. Okay, someone from US wants to actually purchase. They want to buy. Okay, all right. They want to buy. Rather than referring to the donations, you see, usually organs all will be getting into a sort of healthcare through donations. That means there's no buying or selling, yeah, of organs. No, that one is not counted as a part of transactions. Okay, all right. So so right. So the point that I'm trying to raise up here is that okay, all right. So I'm trying to give up the point that um when you see when you have the organs, okay, all right, you can donate it, okay, like kidneys or livers or eyes and so on, okay, all right. So so the thing is that this is a real incident, yeah, where you see those people who are living in village area, okay, they don't have income, they don't have income to survive, okay, all right. Their farms are not doing well, okay, the farms are not doing well, the starvation, that means poverty. Okay, all right. So usually those village areas within Nepal, they face a higher level of poverty compared to those who are living in cities. Okay. So when the poverty is too high, that is an indication they don't have money to survive. Okay, all right. They have to eat something. They have to eat something in order for them to survive. Okay, all right. So what happened here is that okay, when this one you can create I mean I'm just throwing up the thoughts to you, okay, all right. I'm just giving up the views to you. Okay. Later on, if you want a full explanation, I can give you another set where I give you the full explanation on what are the things that you can think about, you can put in. Okay. All right. Now, meanwhile, at this moment, I'll just give you the what you call the hints, how it's workable. Okay. All right. So I'm just explaining the incident to you. Okay. All right. So um, okay, so what will happen here is that, okay, those people who are living in a poverty, they will be exposed to what we call as a mediator. Okay, this mediator, this is an illegal mediator. Illegal mediator. Remember, I've told you about the U.S. thing. Okay, now U.S. patients requires a kidney. Okay, requires kidney. Okay, so so what happened here is that the U.S. Patient, okay, all right, will contact the mediator, and the mediator will be liaising with the what they call the a person from the village, from the Nepal village. Okay, all right. So what will happen is that the mediator will go and approach the person, say that, okay, fine, if you donate, okay, you are suffering from money, you are suffering from food supply, you don't have enough food supply, you are living in a poverty, no income. So nothing is that if you donate one of your kidneys, if you donate one of your kidneys to the what you call the so-called as a patient, you'll be getting about 1 million or 2 million and so on. Okay, right? So that's a sweet kind of words that they are spreading out. Okay, so that is okay. This person will be donating the kidneys to the person and so on. Okay, and they might be cheated, or there might be a sort of thing that they'll be getting the money. Okay, all right. There are two things lah. One is either they don't get their money or they get their money. Okay, they don't get their money means they will be being cheated lah, because there's no legal thing going on. Okay, organ trafficking itself is illegal already. By that, you cannot buy or you cannot sell kidneys or any organs. It has to be donated, but not being within the transactions. But even if you go and report it also, you can report it, but since it's illegal, so you will be in trouble now. Yeah. So I mean, just trying to say organ trafficking. So organ trafficking also can take place because it's an open market, right? Anything can happen. Okay. All right. Now let's talk about skin trafficking. Skin trafficking is a situation where now most of you have not heard about the skin trafficking, but it's happening. It's happening in some of the countries like what do you call mainly from what we call as a sex industry. Okay, sex industry. So the thing is that what they will do is that uh, it's happening in South Korea, Japan, in certain places, but it's happened not legally lah. I mean, it's within the black market. It's within the black market. So what happened here is that the what do you call, usually the skin trafficking will happen to, I mean, those workers from sex industry or prostitution. Okay, prostitution. Okay, prostitutions will be affected there. Okay, where they will be taking the ladies. Okay, they'll be taking the ladies from the industries, from the sex industries. Okay, all right. They will be tortured. Okay, all right, and they will be taking the skins. They will be taking the skins for cosmetic or for surgery purpose. That happens, that happens, that is what we call as a skin trafficking. Skin trafficking is mainly, previously it's only has got to do with animals. They traffic, I mean, they what do you call, they sell off, and there will be a buying and selling of skins, yeah, for what you call for product purpose, especially for wallets and so on. Okay, all right. So so now the thing is that, okay, all right, that is what we call as a skin trafficking. Okay, all right. So drug trafficking is where you sell off the, what do you call, you are selling up the drugs for what you call for hallucination purpose. For those like a sportsman, usually they will take a drugs and so on, right? For a sort of criminal activities, for to become more active and so on, they sell off and they buy the drugs and so on. So that's for drug trafficking. Okay. So scams is usually like, say for example, you're trading, you're speaking to someone, okay, you're speaking to someone within the sort of platforms like WeChat or WhatsApp and so on, okay, all right. The person promises to you that he or she will be getting the loans or funds for you, and then end up asking for your details and so on, or asking you to pay upfront fee, okay, upfront fee. Okay, so when the upfront fee is on, then only you will be caught, like your money will be taken away. Okay, that is a scam, some of the scam issues and so on. Okay, all right. Happening recently also, yeah. Counterfeit items means like selling off of fake items. Okay, it looks like real. The products will look like real, but then the thing is that it's not a genuine items. It's a fake one. All right. It's not to say illegal. It's a legal product, but it's the quality of the products might be lower than expected. Okay, that is counterfeit items, low quality products. So that can also be sold out within the open market. Okay, all right. So you could have all these issues within the dark market, or what we call as an underground economic. So all this can take place within what we call as a black market, or we could say it as a underground economic. All this, you see, black market or underground economic versus black market or underground economic. Okay, all right. So you could indicate that some of the things. Okay, all right. So you see, so this is how you can modify sort of your points and so on. So here I don't use graphs. I don't use graphs, but I use explanations, how you can explain certain things and so on. Okay, right? So even if we want to add up a critical thoughts also can, like say for example here you want to talk about critical, say critical evaluations of Ricardian model and HO model. So you can indicate by saying that limited choices of products, limited choices of products. See, limited choices of products and resources. Because you notice that, okay, you notice that recurrent model, both recurrent model and HO model uses, now for recurrent model, it only uses one factor, okay, but two products. HO model uses two factors, two products. So by right in the market, we have many choices, we have many um, designs of it, okay, all right. So they don't look into those models, do not look into, do not capture quality and branding designs of products and resources. Okay, all right. So that is one thing. Okay, all right. So no change of innovation. So innovation, innovation has not been reflected within the models. Okay, no innovations. They don't talk about innovations, different patterns, different functions and so on. Okay, even they don't talk about different types of labors. Okay, different zero inclusion of on the types of resources. Okay, all right. So they don't discuss types of products as well. Okay, zero inclusion of the types of products and resources. Okay, all right. So here they don't talk about zero mobility. They don't talk about flexible mobility, mobility of resources and resources. Right? They don't talk about brain drain, brain gain. Brain drain means the issues is where the experts will be moving from one country to another country. So that is what brain drain. The country, the particular country will be facing a brain drain. Okay, all right. So this one is basically also the inclusion like brain drain, matter of the discussions, lack of discussions on brain drain, uh, the intellect flows out, outflows, yeah, outflows of intellects, out intellects, or we can call it as experts, and brain gain. Okay, brain gain, inflows of experts. Okay, all right. So there are a lot of issues that have not been reflected. You see, right? So we could you see, and then in terms of agreement, you see very limited choice, simple terms of trade, where it's being restricted to pricing of products. Okay, all right. If you refer to your terms of trade, TOT, okay, all right, they only talk about the prices only. They don't talk about other things. Okay, so by right, terms of trade should also involve about the transportation part. Okay, they don't actually bring in the transportation part into the picture. Okay, all right. So all that is not being captured. And then the products, the types of products, yeah, as I told you, zero inclusion on the types of products. Products are being divided into two, physical, virtual. That one is not being reflected within the Ricardian model and HO model. Okay, so all these are what we call as weaknesses. Okay, all right. I would say the dark side of um instead of calling it as critical evaluation, I would say the dark side of recurrent model and a HO model. Okay, all right. So with that, you complete ready your 25 marks. You see, you have already have more than enough actually. So if you put in this, even though you don't have a graphs, you can still score well. Okay, all right, for this one. Okay, right. So far, any questions? I mean, if you want a full sort of explanations, these are all I'm sharing with you some of the points or some things I have elaborated it fully. Okay, some I have put in. I've given some key points to you. Yeah. So you see all that. If you need a detailed sort of answers, I can share it with you. Okay, all right. But the purpose of revision here is to not to say that these are the answers that you should have. No, I'm just telling you that these are some of the options. You see, so far for 25 marks, this is what you can put in. Okay, this is one pattern. There will be a few patterns that you can work out with. Okay, all right. So if we have the time, then we'll go through that. Okay, but the main things here is that just to let you know, if you can have all these things, then you can ensure that your score will be around 20 plus, right? So you see, it's very rare for students to get 25 marks. It's very rare. Okay, unless if your answers are perfect. Okay, so normally you will not be getting that sort of portions. Okay, all right. So you have to understand the context well. Okay, all right. So yeah. So any questions? Anything that you like to ask me? The most important thing here is that, okay, the thing is that, as I told you, the first question, okay, all right, I've given a definition to you, okay, so that definition is a definition, a global definition. It's not to say that it's being restricted to theories, no, okay, right? As you can see here, okay, I have put in the word flexible. Now here, uh, the moment I put in the word flexible, okay, now Ricardian and HO model only supports the flexible movement between the products, not resources. For them, the resources must be fixed. Say, for example, you have a China and you have a Finland, okay, right? Now, let's talk about it from the context of Ricardian first, okay? Now, you have two countries over here and you have two products that are tied to papers and clothes, okay? Now, the thing is that, okay, you already have two products, papers and clothes. You have two countries. You have two countries, China and Finland, okay? So now the thing is that, okay, now both countries are using the same factor of production, which is labors, okay, right? The only thing is that you don't know whether they are skilled laborers or unskilled laborers. You don't know about that. Okay, all right. And at the same time, you don't know whether they are part-timer or full-timer or freelancer. I suppose they don't talk about freelancer over there because innovation is not being advisable for the models, right? Okay, so I understand that part of it. Okay, so now, so according to the principle, okay, all right, according to the recurrent part, labors from China, they cannot migrate to Finland. They cannot move to or they cannot travel to Finland. That part of mobility should not take place. Okay, that is what I call as a restrictions. So there's a restriction in terms of labor mobility. Okay, for recurrent model. Okay, now let's go back to this HO model. HO model has two resources, right? Capitals and labors, right? Same. Just now I talk about labor. So labors from China, they cannot move to Finland. Capitals from Finland, they cannot move to China. Okay, so that is what I call as a restrictions in terms of mobility. Okay, so you must understand that part. So when I use the word flexible exchange of goods and labors. So if you look at reality, okay, any laborers can move from, any workers can move from, migrate from one country to another country, provided that they have a what you call a proper documentations and so on. Okay, all right. So machineries can travel from one place to another place. You can buy the robots or machineries at one place, and you can what you call shift it to your home country. You can do that. Okay, all right. And we also have nowadays we end up having we don't need to travel all the while to get the products. Okay, all right. Now we can actually order through online ordering, right? Online purchase, online consumption. So we have that options. So it's not a must that we must put in some energy. We must consume some energy and time. We take up some time to go and to go all the way to get the products and so on. No. So nowadays we have flexibility. in terms of working environment, so you can work from home. Okay, it's not a must that you must work from office all the time. Okay, so you have flexibility to work from home. Okay, you have a notion to what do you call to use robots within your productions. Okay, right. Now some of the Amazon, for we all, they are actually using robots within the warehouse, robots within the warehouse to take care, to do automation, to do automatic transportation of products and so on. Okay, all right. You have driverless trucks. Trucks can operate on its own. Cars can operate on its own. You don't need a driver. So driverless vehicles. We have the transfer of knowledge. So the thing is that you see, uh, so the thing is that electrical cars. We have electrical cars. So electrical cars all is something that we don't have during the classical time. So you see, during the David Ricardo, all the Excher and Olin time, all okay, we don't have so-called as electrical cars, cars that operates on batteries. We don't have that. Okay, but as the technology transit from one timing to another sort of timing, okay, that's why we end up having this sort of things. Okay, right, electrical cars and so on. So that those are the things that you can bring in, like e-commerce. You see, nowadays it's not a must that you must, as I told you, work also. You can work on a freelance basis. You can become a freelance entrepreneur. You can do your business. I mean, usually, you can do a business. What do you call? Whenever you're free at your off time and so on. Okay, all right. Self-employment. Some prefer to actually get the income from working on their own. They become the boss. They become their own boss. Okay, right. So all that is taking place because of this global trade. We don't have so-called as a global trade. We wouldn't have enough information. Our information will be imperfect. Now also at this moment also, I'm not trying to say that our information is perfect. There's no such thing as perfect information. Perfect information will only happen if we know 100% of situations or the issues that are happening within all the countries, right? So we cannot say for sure that we know everything. No, no one knows everything. So there's no such thing as perfect information. Even within the markets also, we don't have a perfect information. We don't have information about all the products. No, no such thing. Okay, all right. So multifunctional products. Rather than you're going and buying two or three different products, you can buy a product that has a multi functions. You see? So that is also a part of a type of product which has not been advocated within what we call within the recurrent model and HO model. So that's also already covered within the within your definition already. You see? So those are the things. So whatever that I've shared with you, okay, right? I've already covered the section already. The 25 marks is already there. It's just that if you want to elaborate further, you want to give more examples, by all means, you can go ahead, right? You can talk a lot of things you can talk about. You have a graphical illustration. You can also show how it's workable, the autarky stage, and so on. Okay, right? So, so this is the key points. These are the key points that you can. This is the first version of key points that you can put in under the first question. Okay, all right. So I do have a few versions of points that you can elaborate. Okay, that's why as I told you earlier. Okay, this one is not fixing up your point. This question doesn't tell you that you should only be talking about this. You understand? International trade is a broader picture. Okay, right? Unless if the question tells you, oh, this is what you have to talk about Ricardian model and HO model, and then that's a different story. Okay, but this question asks you to talk about the flow of international trade. There are a lot of things that can be discussed within this question. Okay, that's why this question has different versions of answers. This is my first version of answers without the graphical illustrations, right? Okay. So if the questions ask you to talk about Ricardian model and HO, you definitely need to put in some graphical illustrations just to indicate that it's workable then. Understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So that is how it's supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. So this is for the first question. Okay. All right. Any questions so far? Okay, I tell you what, I'll give you about 10 minutes break. Okay, I'll give you about 10 minutes break. Okay, all right. So you can recall back what I have talked about. Okay, all right. Before we go through the second question. Okay, all right. Maybe once something we will stop and then we will continue with the we will give a 1 hour break and then we will continue with the rest. Okay, all right. So hopefully by today I can cover most of the elements lah. That is my point now. Okay, all right. Okay, so I will see you after 10 minutes. Okay, all right. If you have any questions, just list out all your questions and you can ask me after the break. Yeah, okay. We will continue back at 12. Based on your time is 11:33. We will continue back at 11:33. Okay, all right. I'm following UFM time, huh? Okay, 11:33. Okay, all right. Okay, guys, I've given you extra of 3 minutes study. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, okay, now the time is based on UFM timing is supposed to be 11:37. Okay, all right. So we will talk a bit about um second question, okay, and then I'll continue that in the afternoon session. Yeah. Okay, so far, guys, any issues, any doubts that you have? Now you see, if you refer to the first question, okay, what I'm saying is that when you get the questions for this, what do you call actual quiz, okay, actual quiz is about 2 hours, okay. As I told you, you don't need to crack your head writing it into paragraphs or what. Okay, all right. You can give up the thoughts in terms of points as what I have indicated to you. Okay, all right. So if you keep on writing it in paragraphs, then you wouldn't have enough time to do all the four questions. Okay, all right. So that is the thing that I wanted to highlight to you, and only highlight the one just because we spend some extra time looking into the what do you call the other parts of explanation, because I'm explaining and I'm writing, so that will take up the time. Okay, but if you are the one who's filling up the thing, it wouldn't that take that much of time. Okay, all right. So guys, are we ready to go to a second question? Okay, miss, you just put a thumbs up, then I can proceed, no problem. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, now let's look at question number two. Question number two, explain the context of e-wallets or cashless transactions within the global market. So for this question, what are the things that you need to, this one will be over here. I'll explain to you what are the things that you need for this question. Okay, remember the first question? I have given to you the first version, right? Okay. Now, not to worry, not to worry. The one your actual questions for your quiz will be specific. Will be specifically asking you to talk about the specific version, not too long like question number one. Question number one, I have given you a general sort of thought. So within the international trade, you have a lot of things that you can talk about. In fact, e-wallets also can be a part of this. So you see question number two, a context of e-wallets, right, can be taken from a part of virtual product. You see, virtual product where you talk about virtual products where you talk about grab pay, all that, all those things. Okay, all right. So how you're going to explain is, first thing is provide a definition definition of e-wallets. Okay, all right, and then importance of or you can give examples of e-wallets. So here I can talk about the importance of or what we call a significance. The significance of e-wallets, risk, risk or dark side of e-wallets. Okay, all right. This, if you talk about these four things are just enough to cover the 25 marks. Just like this round, you have to elaborate it a bit. Okay, you have to elaborate the scores a bit. So here, you have to take note of the points carefully. Yeah, okay, carefully, because you see here, when we are talking about definitions, okay, see, you have to be careful. So here, let's put up a pointer. Definitions. Okay, this one all, I put it under the different colors so that you don't get confused. So these are all required thoughts for this question. Okay, all right. Now you want to have a graphical illustrations. I will show it to you how you can have a graphical illustrations for this. Okay, now first let's talk about this one. Significance, can I change the name to other thing? I can. Positive side of e-wallets. What are the positive side of e-wallet? So you can talk about it. Positive side of e-wallets. Okay, all right. So now definitions. Definition of e-wallets. Okay, you see here. Okay, you have to take note of the points carefully here. So here, definition of e-wallets. Okay, all right, e-wallets. So you should say that it's a type of virtual product within the field of financial technology. So I'm going to give two definitions, up to me. So the more definitions that I'm going to give, the more marks that I'm going to get. Okay. So you see, at first I said e-wallet. E-wallet refers to a type of virtual product within the field of financial technology. Right? Okay. And then it is tied to, it has complementary effect with smart smartphones, smart devices like smartphone, tablet, or iPad. Okay, all right. So you know why I put up this one? Okay, because you see, e-wallets has a complementary effect with smart devices because e-wallets are what we call as an application. It's an application. So if it's an application, it's a software. It's a software. E-wallets are what we call as a software. Okay, a software. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is that when you consider that as a software, you need the hardware. Same like your laptop. Okay, your laptop is a hardware. Your Microsoft team is your software, right? So in order for you to get in touch, in order for you to join up hands together with Microsoft team, you need the help of a hardware, which is a laptop. Now I can actually conduct the session through a laptop or a desktop or even a tab, right? So that's why I say that it has complementary effect with smart devices like smartphone, tab, or iPad. Okay, that means that means you you cannot access the e-wallets without the usage of smart devices lah. That's what I'm trying to say. Complementary means it has to be used together. So that means in order for you to access the e-wallets, you need the usage of hardware, the smartphone, tablets, or iPad. Okay, and then you could say here that virtual applications that that allows the digital users to to you see, the wording is very important, that's what I'm saying. So you see, the first one I say the type of virtual product within the field of financial technology. So I'm giving a connection. I'm saying that e-wallets and fintech is not something that is has a separate meaning. No, e-wallets is actually an embedded version or embedded element within fintech. Okay, all right. So it has complementary effect with smart for devices like a smartphone, tablet, or iPad. Virtual applications that allows the digital users um to store money, to store means in a way to save lah. Okay, to store means to save money. Okay, save and store money. Okay, store money. All right. Uh, and withdraw to perform some forms of transactions. Like example, to to pay off to pay off the bills, to pay off the bills. Okay, all right. Okay, to pay off the bills, to purchase clothes, or you can pay a necessity to purchase necessity, right? Or luxury items. Okay, you see, you look into the wording, to purchase necessity or luxury items. Okay, all right. Like say for example, you want to purchase necessity items means it's like sugar, salt, grocery items, meats like fish, chicken, and so on, right? Okay, that is what we call as a necessity items that has got to do with your vitamins, proteins, carbohydrates, all those things. Okay, all the minerals. Okay, all right. Now, we will also be using the applications to purchase luxury items. Luxury items. So luxury items is like what we call as a luxury items is like say for example you want to buy a laptop, you want to buy a high-tech laptop. High-tech laptop might be the cost of it might be about 5,000 or 6,000 plus and so on. It might not be a necessity sort of thing. You might have your a laptop for your own necessity use, but you may want to purchase more and so on, or branded a branded watch, okay, branded watch, which costs you about 6,000 or 7,000. Yeah, all those are luxury items. You can also to use it for to pay for I mean installment for investment purpose, right? For investment purpose. Okay, all right. To pay premium for investment purpose. Okay, all right. So you see, virtual applications that allows the digital users to store money and withdraw money to perform some forms of transactions like pay or bill, to purchase necessity and so on. Okay, right. So here it is, it has been integrated. It has integrated debit cards, physical and virtual cards, debit cards. Okay, all right. See, it has integrated physical and virtual cards, debit cards, and credit cards. You see, why do I say that is a physical cards? Some bank cards, some bank cards, when I classified as a debit cards or credit cards, okay, some banks like UOB or RHB and so on, okay, or CIMB, okay, all right. So those banks, right? Those banks are well-established banks, and when they started off with it first, they don't have a virtual bank cards. They only have what we call as a physical cards. Okay, all right. So they don't have a virtual applications and so on, like what they have it right now. Okay, all right. So physical cards, some bank cards can be reflected as a virtual part. Like you see, nowadays we tend to have more virtual applications like RYT Bank, what do you call GX Bank, Boost Bank, and all those things. Okay, so that is why I used up the point that physical and virtual cards. So debit cards, credit cards will be allowed there together with together with online banking as payment methods. Okay, all right. So you indicate that ready. So you see, under the definitions, you already give what 4 points ready. So 4 points are equivalent to roughly 8 marks ready. So you already score 8 marks. You see, so this is another way of you reflecting it. You see, so the point that I'm trying to indicate here is that you see definitions just now when you talk about definitions. I said only one part, right? Okay, one definition. Okay, the rest all I've given examples, correct? Okay, examples of the key elements, which is product market and resource market. So here, if you notice, I have given 4 points. All the 4 points is 1 point is about 2 marks means you already given me about 4 points. And the points are not overlapping. You have to watch out the thing carefully here, okay? That means all the points that you are stating here, right, should not be overlapping with each other, right? Should not have the same meaning, okay? Each points should be talking about different elements, different things. Okay, so now we have given about 4 points here, so you get 8 marks. So you left with another 17 marks, right? Another 17 marks left. Okay, right? Now you talk about the examples. Okay, now you start to give examples, right? These are not in paragraph, These are not in paragraphs, right? But in point forms. Okay, all right. So examples of e-wallets. So you can provide. You can talk about GrabPay, Boost. You can talk about Samsung Pay, Alipay. Okay, WeChat Pay. Okay, all right. So you see, 8 plus 2 examples, you get about 10 marks ready, right? I left with another 15 only, 15 marks only. Okay, all right. So you can give significance of e-wallets. Significance of e-wallets will be basically you can say that first one, alternative of physical wallets, okay, or physical cash. Okay, so when you are talking about significance or what I mean by importance, you are highlighting the positive side. Okay, all right. So you can put in the wording in any sort of points to it. Okay, all right. So significance of e-wallets, alternative of physical wallets. Obviously, that is something that we cannot deny now, yeah. Okay, because you see, rather than carrying a huge amount, huge cash values within the wallets, within the physical wallets, it would be always better to keep it within the applications. Okay, all right. So what we do is that here, so meaning to say that, okay, you put simplify. Uh, what we can do is that choices, activation of consumers, interest in picking up different choices of okay. So you see significance of wallet e-wallets. Okay, all right. So alternative of physical wallets. So here you see activation of consumers' interest in picking up different choices of e-wallets with cashback values. With cashback values. You see, some will have about 5%, some will have coins, right, where you can use it for a redemption purpose. So you can say cashback values. So you coins that you're getting, okay, all right, whether it's a Shopee coins or whether it's a Grab coins or what, okay, that one, what we call as it has a cash values. Later on, you can somehow or other you can redeem that, okay, all right. So coin values will be tied up with cash values, okay, all right. So you have a cashback value, so that will be an added advantage, all right. If you look at physical wallets like cash, you are paying 100% no returns. Okay, all right. So you see this one, physical cash no returns. So this one has a return. So um, with the presence of investment returns, right? It works out that way. Okay, all right. So with the presence of investment returns. Okay, all right. So give me some time. I will be completing some parts of it. Okay, all right, and then I'll give you a break, and then we'll continue the rest after the break. Yeah. Okay. Give me another about 10 minutes roughly. Okay, all right. So I will tie this up. Okay. The rest part all okay, like significance, we started up with significance, right? Okay, so I'll give you some views. You think about it first. I'll give you the clues first. You think about it. Later on, I'll give you the explanation for it. Okay, all right. So B, it has what do you call BNPL options. Okay, all right. So you see some will have credit services, some will offer credit services, or what we call as a buy now, pay later, buy now, pay later. So this one offers loans or funds, right? For facilitating the consumptions. Okay, all right. C allows for cross allows the cross-border transactions. Significance, it also promotes the job opportunities. See, job opportunities. So allows the activation of job opportunities. Okay, all right. So you see, you can provide options like you see, I've given you the four significance of it. Okay, all right. So you see, let me elaborate it a bit. Okay, all right. So you see, we have another 4 more minutes to go. Okay, all right. So credit services or buy now, pay later. Okay, if you observe, I mentioned about the e-wallets thing, right? Okay, so within the e-wallet sort of part, we do have a TikTok. Okay, all right. TikTok, Grab. Okay, all right. So TikTok and Grab, even Shopee are also what we call some of the what they call applications, fintech applications, also called as e-wallets that are providing the benefits in terms of funds. Okay, that means funds that are tied up with flexible repayments based on a monthly repayments. Yeah. Okay, so you are allowed to choose the repayment durations. Okay, whether you want it for 12 months or you want it for 1 year or 18 months. Okay, 1 year and 6 months, or you want it for 24 months within the 2 years period. Okay, so all that sort of flexibilities you can observe it in some of the applications. So that will somehow or other increase your consumption patterns. Okay, right? Your consumption patterns, which will give a growth to your country's global trade. Okay, all right. Okay, so allows the cross-border transactions, as I told you earlier, allows for cross-border transactions means now anyone any even if the case like say for example Shopee is an international product, okay, virtual product, even though the owner for that app is located in Singapore, but then it still allows merchants to actually register their businesses within that portfolio. Okay, all right, and they can also earn money. Okay, all right. So that is also a part of cross-border transactions. Okay, it allows the entrepreneurs or merchants from different countries to earn income. Okay, they got something on the business activation. Business mode is can be activated through the applications or so-called as e-wallets. At the same time, any consumers who are located from any country can actually purchase or consume items through the app, you know. So that is cross-border transactions. Okay, all right. So it secures the employment part as well. Okay, all right. So allows the activation of job opportunities. So when this thing grows higher, you need a virtual manager to monitor the transactions, to monitor the records of transactions, to security manager to monitor if there's any unusual sort of transactions happening, or to check through whether there's any issues with the algorithms. Okay, you need a virtual programmer to monitor the transactions part, okay, or security part. Okay, so you need a few sort of candidates to fill up that remarks. Okay, all right. So and you need persons to deliver the items. Okay, all right. That is also possible. Okay, all right. So it allows the activation of job opportunities. So these are the four significance of e-wallets that we can have. Okay, actually there are more and more. Okay, all right. I will give it to you after the break. Okay, all right. So now the time is 12:10. Okay, based on UFM timing. Okay, all right. So any questions? Anything that you wanted to check with me? Any questions, guys? So far, all okay? So far, do you have any issues? All okay? Any questions? Anything that you don't understand? Now, after the break, I'm going to bring in the graphical illustrations. I'm going to show you on how to respond to graphical illustrations. Okay, as I told you, different patterns of answers can be reflected over there. Okay, it's how you're going to tackle the questions. Okay, all right. So we, rather than us covering the fixed answer scheme, I'm actually opening up the floor for further discussions through various methods of answering the questions. Okay, all right. So after the break, I'll continue with that. Okay, all right. So if there's no further questions, I would like to put a end to the morning session. Okay, all right, and I'll continue the afternoon session at Now the time is 12:11, so I'll start back at 1:11. Let's put it as 1:15. I'll start up at 1:15 just to generalize it. Okay, I'll start at 1:15, following UFM time. Okay, so 1:15 up to 4:15. Okay, all right. Plus minus lah. Okay, all right. So I'll see you at 1:15 later. Okay, all right. So thank you guys. We will use the same link. Okay, all right. Yeah. I'll put a mute first. Okay, all right. I'll put a mute first. You can contact me back at 1:15. Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, guys. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's start with the session. Okay. All right. Let's continue with the session. Yeah. Okay. All right. The afternoon session. Okay. All right. So we shall be from 1:15 up to 4:15. Okay. So based on UFM timing. Okay. All right. Okay. So guys, are you all ready? If you are ready and if you are there, just put a thumbs up so that we can start with the afternoon session. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So let's continue with the discussions, yeah, on the significance of e-wallets. Okay, now as I told you earlier, we are left with two more questions, plus with this second question. Yeah. So now we are going to elaborate them. Okay, all right. So significance of e-wallets, as I told you earlier, that's a matter of recapping. Okay. Now, if you go for physical wallets, okay, usually you will be charged on 100% basis. Okay, all right. But if we go for e-wallets like Wave Pay example of e-wallets is like we can give example like sorry, Shopee Pay, Shopee Pay, right? Uh, you can go for Wave Pay. Okay, all right. So usually, if we go for the e-wallets like Shopee Pay and Wave Pay, we will be getting some cashbacks, maybe about 10% or 20%. Or if it's not cashbacks also, it will be available in the form of coins. Right. Later on, you can redeem the coins. You can convert them into currency. All right. Okay. So that's possible. Okay. All right. Obviously, the currencies depends on the what you call the country, lah, yeah, the country that is involved within the transactions. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing is that if you pay by e-wallets, you'll be able to get more what you call returns in terms of cashbacks or coins. Okay, all right. And together with that, it will be portable. Okay, that means you don't have to carry a heavy or a large volume of cash. So it will be convenient and convenient. Okay, convenient and less risky. Okay, less risky. Mobility is quite not too heavy, lah. Yeah, the mobility is still okay because you can move from one place, one location to another location, or from one place to another place. So less risky. So higher level of portability, convenient and portable. We can put it as portable then. Okay, all right. Okay, so right. Okay. Okay, so the thing is that okay, you have given 2 points. You see, within your arguments, you have given 2 points there already. One is if you pay by e-wallets, you'll be having a cashback or so-called as investment returns. Okay, all right. uh, due to a certain percentage, maybe 10 to 20% or 30% and so on. Okay. Now, shopback is also another option. Shopback. Shopback is a part of e-wallets, but the point is that the thing is that you can either make the payment through the debit card or credit card. It works out that way, but you still get the coins and later on you can redeem shopback also. But shopback is not so much into e-wallets. You can classify it as a form of application. Shopback, yeah. Okay, but anyway, let's not this one. Okay, all right. Now funds support during difficult difficult situation situations. Sometimes if you're lack or if you are dealing with a shortage of funds, then the buy now pay later or the credit services some or other will be helpful, will definitely support you during difficult situations. Okay, all right. So you can pay on time. It's either you pay next month or you pay by installment. Okay, so you see you can have postpaid, you can have postpaid options where you pay by next month, pay by next month. You can also have pay by installment. Okay, all right, and pay by installment. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So when you have a credit services or loans or funds, it will definitely be a supportive nature to the digital users or consumers during difficult or tight situations. Now, they do have a postpaid options, pay by next month also can, right? Now, pay by installment also possible if they want a longer term of flexibility. Okay, all right, repayment flexibility. Okay, now basically, pay by installment will somehow or other provides the comfortable zone for the consumers to stretch their duration of repayments. Okay, so stretching of repayment durations might take place within payment by installment. Okay, all right. So, okay, let's move on. Um, Allows the cross-border transactions. Okay, all right. As I told you earlier, cross-border transactions, right, is where you you are reducing your time. That means you have more flexibilities in terms of product choices. Okay, so allows exploration of wide range of exploration within the wide range of products at special discounts. So reduction of physical traveling, mobility of international payments. Now we see if it goes to allows the cross-border transactions, You see, the moment you're going to a cross-border effect, okay, it's not only providing a kind of employment or a consumption option, it's also allowing you to convert your currency to the currencies of the merchants. Okay, all right. So as I told you earlier, you are from Malaysia, and if you are going to deal with merchants from China, so the payment wise, your payment wise will be based on a ringgit Malaysia, but then the conversion will work out over there. You know, once they receive the payment, you see, or once the facilitation, you can also make through a US dollar, like PayPal, all, you know, PayPal, Google Pay, all that. You see, normally it will be based on US dollar. Okay, all right, based on US dollar, you can also pay through the currencies. So example, so you can put it like this, Google Pay or PayPal. Okay, all right. So it provides you the flexibility of converting your currencies to the international ground. Okay, all right. So that could be the explanation for it, and then allows the activation of job opportunities, so you can provide more jobs, more virtual jobs, like you can become a virtual uh, security officer, security officer, designers, designer, you can say freelance designer, and programmer. Okay, more virtual jobs. So like physical jobs,
Yeah, I think.
yeah. Someone spoke to me just now. Any questions?
No.
Okay, okay, good. Yeah, thank you. Right. So let's move on. Okay. So physical jobs, as I told you, so this is like becoming a driver or rider. Okay, all right. So we have the options of Lalamove, Lalamove, even Lalamove is also an app that is being used in some of the countries, like you see, particularly popular within the context of Malaysia as well. Now, those foreigners, those are from China, what do you call uh, Korea, and also those are from Vietnam. If they get to Malaysia, usually they may tend to use more of Lalamove. This is according to the survey lah. Okay, so this will also ensure you to get a part-time job or freelance job. Okay, all right. So Lalamove, we have Uber. Uber is also being used. In the case of India, okay, Uber. You can also have what we call as a razor, right? So all these are what we call as applications that will some or other support your what you call significance. Okay, all right. So apart from this, we will also have risk or what we call as a dark side of e-wallets. Okay, all right. So this is the last part that we will have in this section. So you already talked about the what you call the definitions done already. We have given up some examples. Okay, all right. So and we have also talked about significance. We give about 4 significance. So basically, this one is about the first four. You get about 8 marks. So examples, you get about 2 marks. So 10 marks there. 10 marks, and then here you have given about 4, so 4 times 2, so roughly 8. So you have about 18 marks there already. So 18 marks, then you are left with 7 marks only. Okay, you're left with 7 marks. So you can gain the dark side, you can reduce, I can give you more points, and you can pick up the best You need about 7 marks, right? Maybe you can give maybe about four points, maybe. Yeah. Okay. So dark side of e-wallets you can give in terms of securities. In terms of securities, lack of securities, lack of securities. All right. Like, what do I mean by you have a scam issues, scam, or sometimes you can call it as a fraud within the identity. Okay, all right. So, tag number, yeah, okay, tag number, exposed of exposure of tag number, okay, tag or pin number, all right. Okay, so these are some of the uh issues. Okay, all right. Apart from this, we do have what we call as I told you, the card number or the password. Okay, all right. So usually if you are able to open up the what you call the e-wallets part, okay, all right. Now the e-wallets thing is like it's work out the things like this, you know. So usually when you have a QR code, you scan through the QR code and then you are meaning to say the money will be transferred from your account to the QR code, the owner of the QR code. Okay. But nowadays you can also have what we call as a fake QR code. Okay, all right. So the scammers will create a code on their own. Okay, so what they will do is that within the code, you will have the reflection of that scammer's ID. Okay, all right. So when you scan through the what do you call the fake QR code, okay, using a mobile phone, most probably the overall informations, including your e-wallets information, will be gathered together. Okay, all right. So that is why this thing is a serious thing, yeah. QR code, fake QR code. Okay, so these are the lack of securities that you have within the scam or fraud. Okay, B, what we call as a expansion of counterfeit items. You see, apart from this, expansion of counterfeit items. So, expansion of counterfeit items means, okay, like say for example, the e-wallets can be combined with the fake products, fake products, right? So say for example, okay, you observe the fake Adidas shoes, shoes, right, or clothes. So there's a combination of e-wallets and fake products. Okay, so say for example, when you observe the e-wallets expanding, are increasing, okay, that's where the counterfeit items also will start to grow higher. Okay, all right. Now that is a main sort of culprit line, yeah. Okay, because when you are talking about the e-wallet thing, okay, all right, it's not only involving what we call as a QR code or your identity, your profile identity, and so on. So there will also be a possibility where you will be the information can be misused. That means the moment you are revealing your e-wallets, okay, you're putting it up into the online system. That's where your identity, the overall profile will be captured. Okay, all right. So the information can only be leaked out if that system is being exposed to third party account. Yeah, so that is where it will provoke the arrivals of counterfeit items, right? Since you're not making any physical traveling, or you're making the payments on a what do you call using your credit cards and debit cards, so there will also be a possibility for you to get fake products. This is through online transactions. Okay, this is through online transactions. Okay, all right, or what we call as e-commerce lah, through e-commerce, e-commerce. Okay, all right. So any other details that you can observe within the what we call as a e-wallets? Any dark side of e-wallets that you can observe? What other elements that you can think of? What do you think? Any dark side of e-wallets that you can think about? Okay, here you have to think on one side of it. Okay, see, the thing is that when your e-wallets, okay, when your e-wallets, lack of securities means to say that, okay, all right, again, when you're talking about your e-wallets, okay, all right, your e-wallets are embedded within your smartphones. Okay, all right. So the thing is that the moment you start to share, the moment they are able to identify your PIN number, okay, the PIN number that you use not only for your app, right? It's also for your smartphone. Okay, all right. So that's where the problem starts in. So under the lack of securities, you can also put in what they call face detections. You see, face detections, or we call it as a biometric face detection and biometric lack of face detections and biometric recognitions within within the smart devices. Okay, all right. So you see, these are the dark sides, as I told you. See, like, okay, this case, and then the buy now, pay later is also there's an issue, yeah. So see, give up the risk of BNPL. Okay, all right. Okay, so the thing is that, okay, buy now, pay later options or loans, those are the good thing, or those are the things that are useful uh, when the customers or users are facing a difficult situations or difficult scenarios. Okay, all right. But then let's say, for example, okay, now you got to pay by next month or pay by installments. Okay, all right. So this pay by next month usually will come within a zero interest rate. Okay, all right. So whereas the if you go by pay by installment, you do have a certain percentage to it. Okay, the maximum that they can go for is about 18%, but it's not up to that level, not even 18%. It is about 7 or 8% that it can be interest on that sort of basis, or per month they can, that is on a per year basis. Per month they can charge you about 2% there. Okay, all right. So some e-wallets are offering that sort of options there. You see, so end up you're not going to pay the principal alone. You're going to pay the interest charges as well. Okay, so the thing is that the risk of BNPL, higher level of higher level of BNPL effect reduces the I mean expanding the financial risk of digital users. Maybe the account can be blocked immediately, and you do have what they call legal action, existence of legal action. Okay, all right. So the thing is the risk of BNPL, buy now, pay later. If you pay on the spot or if you pay on time, then it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, it turns out to be a good and also a bad thing. Okay, if we have the habit of making a late payment or what, most probably they might be issuing you with penalty. Penalty means there will be a higher burden. Okay, right? Even though the amount might not be that high, okay, but then the penalty will somehow or other reduce the effectiveness of your profile. Okay, all right. So that is why a risk of BNPL will be higher level of BNPL effects your credit profile also. It can also block your credit profile. It will lower score off. You might end up getting a lower score for your credit profile of credit profile. Okay, all right. So the risk will always be there, like yeah. Okay, all right. So you're done with this. So that is the end to it. Okay, so you see, first you start with the definitions, and then slowly you get into the examples. Okay, all right. And then you talk about the significance, and you talk about the dark side of e-wallets, or the disadvantages of e-wallets. Okay. Now, significance of e-wallets can also be called as a pros of e-wallets or benefits. Benefits of e-wallets. You can have different terms to it, yeah. Okay. Now, not necessary that you must stick to one of it, yeah. Okay. So significance or positive side or benefits or pros means the same thing. Okay, all right. So the dark side, disadvantages, the cons, all that, the cost effects, all that comes under the dark side. Okay, all right. Now, dark side will have a higher impact, especially in terms of the cost, right? So you see, particularly on BNPL because it affects the quality of the money. Okay, all right. Quality of the profile, credit profile. Okay, all right. Okay, so that is the thought for question number two. Okay, so we look at question number one and two already earlier. Okay, all right. So now let's look at question number three. Now, question number three. Okay, all right. Guys, if you have any doubts or any issues on the first two questions, by all means, you can pose your questions to me right now. Yeah. Okay, all right. Now, let's get to question number three. So, question number three, discuss the context of animal splits within the global trade. So here, the most important thing here is that it will be the keyword. Okay, the keywords that you're going to use. Okay, all right. So normally, okay, all the actions of stakeholders, regardless of whether they are investors or consumers or merchants or traders or government agencies or public sectors and so on. Okay, all right. So all the actions uh, might be influenced by a monetary value. Okay, all right. External factors. Now, external factors means to say that it can be caused by the environmental effects like BNPL is not something that buy now, pay later option is not something that comes from your side. It comes from the external environment. Okay, right? Funds, loans, all it's not from internal side. It's from the external sources. Okay, so all this while, okay, now even the government agencies are putting up the thought that okay, right? Now the example, I mean, to put up the points, okay, all right. Just because the government is offering vouchers or cashbacks, if you use e-wallets, it does not mean that all of them are using the e-wallets, right? Even though the government decides to what do you call open up vouchers or cashbacks, okay, to enhance the use of e-wallets, okay, right? But still, there are about 5 to 10% of consumers have not even tried out the features of e-wallets. So the thing is that it's not something got to do with, it's not always something got to do with low, actions. You see, just because the government has launched what we call vouchers or cashbacks or credit services, it does not mean that the consumers will definitely take it and they will boost up their consumptions. No such thing. Okay, that is only a sort of assumption. Okay, all right. Whether it's really applicable or not, we wouldn't know until we look at the real values to it or real figures. So when you bring in the animal spirits into the picture, we are trying to say that okay, even though external factors are always there, okay, to some or other to motivate or to demotivate the engagement of stakeholders within the what they call economic activities like investment, consumptions, and so on. Okay, all right. But there are also what we call as internal factors, intrinsic value. That means something that comes from your side, something that comes from your internal side that will motivate you, either to motivate you or to stop you from avoiding certain things. Okay, all right. So, animal spirits here refers to psychological effects, psychological forces. Okay, all right. Say, for example, I give you an example. Okay, now if the government is providing you with more cashbacks, or if you know that the returns from the investment projects are going to be high, if we have that sort of belief, okay, whether it's going to work out or not, that's a different story. You know, what I'm trying to say is that the moment you have that expectation, the moment you expect the involvement on those projects will definitely guarantee you with high returns, that will somehow or other be a positive motivation. So when you have that positive motivation, that will trigger trigger your confidence level. Trigger your confidence level. That means to say that your confidence level will be even higher, right? Your beliefs are the one who are actually controlling your trust, your confidence level. Okay, all right. So the moment you expect something and you start to have a higher level of trust on that particular thing, your confidence will be higher. So when your confidence is higher, definitely your investment or your consumptions will be even higher. Yeah. So when that sort of situation happens, it's like a kind of win-win situation. Like yeah, because in this part, the stakeholders, I mean the investors, will be getting a better returns, right? In terms of the benefits and so on. Okay, all right. At the same time, the countries will enjoy. extra funds from the investment projects. Not only that, they will be able to reduce the unemployment rate, right? The cost of unemployment by providing more job opportunities, right? So that is a part of animal spreads. So here, discuss the context of animal spreads within the global trade. So first of all, you have to start with the definition. Okay, so you have to provide a definition first. Definition of animal spreads. Okay, so this one, internal, the internal psychological forces, basically the emotions, yeah, the internal feelings, which is emotions. That can motivate or demotivate the participations of stakeholders within the, okay, all right. So here, what we are trying to say is that, okay, try to define that internal animal spreads refers to internal, okay, the one that comes from the internal side, okay, from the mindset perspective. So internal, you must indicate the internal first here because you know why? The animal spirits is something got to do with emotions, something got to do with your level of thinking. Okay, all right. So your level of thinking doesn't belong to the external part. It's fully internal. Okay, all right. So internal psychological forces. Okay, all right. So within yourself, okay, within yourself, you can have a fear. Okay, you can have a fear. So you can have a fear or confidence. Okay. So it depends on whether your fear can it be more than your confidence or your trust level. Okay, or the other way around. Okay, so that one is something that will encourage you to do that. Okay, like say for example, if you have a strong force that indicates that the the I mean the expected return from those properties are going to be higher. Okay, all right. So the moment you already have the force ready, you already have a strong force ready there. The moment you get into that those investment of those projects, you're going to get two times returns, right? More than what you have been getting right now. Then that is what we call as a optimism, optimism thought. It's not a pessimism, it's optimism, something that is positive, something that will be beneficial not only to the person itself, to others as well. Okay, it's an indirect effect. Okay, all right. So that one is all right. That is what we call as a positive attitude. At the same time, the emotion can also have the fear. Okay, have the fear, worriness. Okay, all right. So when you start to have a fear, higher level of fear that you won't be getting enough sort of returns and so on to cover that up, that will provoke a negative energy. That will provoke a negative energy. Previously, it was a positive energy because at that time the fear level is very less, the confidence is very high. Now the confidence level is very low. So when it's lower, your fear will be higher. So when you start to have a fear, higher level of fear, that will distort your overall process and that will stop you from getting into the investment. Because you know, right, your side is having a fear that the project is too risky, right? So that is a thought. Even though the facts are saying that both both investments will somehow or other generate about 20%, but still that is the external fact that you're getting. Okay, all right. So it might say that you're going to get a better returns by investing in two different projects, but again, it depends on your mindset, what your mindset is telling you. So in economics, we tend to have this subjective thinking as well. Not to say that it's always objective. Subjective is basically what we think about. Okay, what sort of feelings that do we have? It's like a vibration. Okay, all right. It's like an intuition. Okay, when you get into something, when you're given a few options, it somehow or other you might tend to have some intuitions. Okay, now I feel that it will be good to get into that. Why? Because I believe that the benefits are going to be more. That is what I'm thinking. Whether it's workable or not, that is a different sort of concept, really. Okay, all right. So here you have a mixture of this with the mixture of positive energy. That is what we call as optimism and negative energy. Okay, all right. Now, so here you see here, most important thing is that you must be able to understand that. Okay, all right. Animal spirits usually they connect the animal spirits with what we call as a trust or confidence and so on. Okay, all right. But the real basis of animal spirits is not only about that. It's also about story, the news that they are hearing. Okay, all right. Say for example, okay, for example, yeah, okay. Now, you're hearing a news that Shopee is going to provide you with more funds and so on. Okay, all right. So now the thing is that those are facts. Those are facts, or what we call as a story. Okay, story. You see, story also we have two sets of story. One is a positive story, another one is a negative story. Okay, now this one is according to the news. It's going to provide you with more benefits, more benefits. So when you know that you're going to go and get more benefits, your what do you call your cash values is going to be higher. Your cashback is going to be 100%. You're going to get more discounts. You're going to get more free gifts, right? All that, okay? So that will be some more other will tend to that those stories are what we call as a positive stories. Those positive stories that you're hearing or that you're listening to will generate a positive attitude. Okay, positive attitude to at least to try it out, to try it out. So that means a positive story will lead to a positive energy, right? A positive story will lead to a positive energy, right? That is one part of it. Second is the fairness. Like say for example, okay, all right, you know that, okay, those okay. like say for example, let's put it this way. Labors within the labor market, okay, there will always be a group that is far better than another one. Okay, all right. But according to this animal spreads, okay, it seems to be that okay, both both must be treated equally. Both must be treated equally. Like say for example, if I give a 50% chance to one person, remaining one will be another 50%. I have to give chance to a second person. Okay, I cannot say that I'm only giving a chance to the first person without even giving anything to the second person. So that means I'm being biased there. I'm being biased there. So lack of fairness. Lack of fairness. The action itself is lack of fairness. So lack of fairness will be what we call as a will generate the negative energy, pessimism. You don't want to really get into that anymore, really. Okay, because you don't have no confidence. Your fear level has gone higher, right? So that is a what we call a kind of mixed feeling. Okay, all right. So pessimism attitude. Now, what we observe here is that okay. Let's put it this way. Okay, now. So components, you have what we call as a fairness. You have a story. You have attitude. You have energy. Right? Fairness, story, attitude, and energy. Okay, all right, and actions as well. But basically, the components of animal spirits are actually smaller. Yeah. Okay. So you can put it up this way. Okay. All right. So definition of animal spirits. Okay. You have given a sort of three thoughts over there. Okay. All right. So equal treatment. Fairness means equal treatment. Story. Story can be past events, past and present events. Okay. All right. Attitude. Attitude, as I told you, you have a positive. That means you have pessimism versus optimism. Okay, energy, negative. Okay, all right. So like this one, you can generate your own graphical illustrations if you want to. Like say you already indicated that you're talking about animal spreads, you already give a definition. You already talked about the mixture, the mixed effect of energy. And then you have also talked about the components. Okay, all right. Now you can say that how the animal spread somehow or other affect the situations. Okay, all right. Say for example here, let's put it this way. Okay, now story example, okay, how it affects example. Okay, now you see positive story. You have sort of thought that you're going to get more cashbacks. Say, for example, 50% positive story. Okay, all right. Shopee, more discounts. Cashbacks. Okay, so this is a form. Okay, all right. So the positive story here is you're going to get more discounts. Okay, that means you're going to get more free gifts. Okay, more cashbacks that you'll be earning from Shopee. Okay, all right. So once you have that positive story, okay, so what will happen is that you will start to have a confidence. Okay, all right, confidence that confidence on cashbacks will be higher. So in this case, the reduction of fear will take place. Okay, all right. So confidence on cashbacks will be higher. Yeah. So that means once you start to have a trust, I can replace the confidence with a trust, right? Okay. So it's basically means the same thing. Okay, all right. So when my confidence on cashbacks are higher, yeah. So that means that my fear will be lower down. Okay, all right. So when this sort of situation happens, right? So you will start to consume more. So consumption, higher consumption, or with higher cashbacks. So when your confidence on cashbacks higher, okay, when you have a higher confidence on the higher cashbacks, that will increase the higher consumption of products with higher cashbacks. Now that one will be your satisfactions will be higher. Yeah, your satisfaction will be higher. Satisfaction and sales will be higher. Okay, all right. So you see this one I'm bringing up the Shopee example of Shopee. So you see, confidence on cashbacks will be higher. The reduction of fear will take place. Higher consumption of products with higher cashbacks. Satisfaction and sales will be higher. Okay, right. So this is the profit part. Okay, all right. Your satisfaction not really from one side only, your satisfaction, you're looking at it from the consumer's point of view. Sales, you're looking at it from the perspective of production, perspective of merchants or traders. Okay, all right. So that's how it's workable. So like this one, you can give graphical illustrations, like say for example here, you can provide like this. example, let me show it to you. So here, so you always start with what they call zero origin. Okay, all right. So zero is the starting point. So you see, the thing is that you have to be careful when you sketch up the graphs here, because you see, no matter what sort of elements there or instruments or measurements that you're going to take place, okay. Now, all you have to realize is that there's no such thing as negative effect. Okay, in maths, usually we end up saying that we have four quadrants altogether. We have four parts. That's what we use to claim when it comes to mathematics and so on. Okay, all right. But the thing is that when we are drafting up the graph, we must understand that we are only going to refer to one quadrant, which is the first quadrant. That's why you see in most of the graphical part, they won't talk about four quadrants. They won't talk about four quadrants. They only talk about the first quadrant. Why first quadrant? Because the first quadrant is the one that gives us the positive signal. That means both elements are positive. They cannot be negative. Okay. In fact, there's no such thing as negative there. Okay. All right. So you can here you can talk about this one. Like example, cashback. So here you can talk about stories. So our percentage of cashbacks. So here I want to talk about cashbacks. Okay, all right. So here you can talk about sales, or you can also bring in the um, percentage of cashbacks. Okay, all right. Or you can talk about the sales versus of sales. Okay, percentage of cashbacks versus the sales. So you can say here sales within Shopee. So here you can say percentage of cashbacks Shopee. Okay, all right. So the thing is that what we are trying to say here is that, okay, over here, when you have a higher cashbacks, okay, usually higher cashbacks will lead to higher sales. That means a positive and positive. Okay, all right. So say for example, if cashbacks is very low, we are trying to say that sales will be lower. Okay, right. So let's put up this one point first. Okay, all right. So this one we put it as a A. Okay, all right. So remember this one. This one will be the point of A. We say, let's say we put SO. This one we put CO. Okay, all right. So you must understand one thing. At point A, okay, we are trying to say that we're going to have a cashbacks, lower cashbacks, and lower sales. So this lower is what we call as a negative story. So here is what we call as a negative story. This is a negative story. negative story. Okay, here we are indicating that this is a pessimism. Okay, all right. So you see, the thing is that this is how you label it. So we are trying to say that a lower cashbacks is what we call as a negative story. It's not a good news for us. Lower cashbacks is something that is negative. So that's why it's being reflected as negative story. Okay, all right. So now, so as you go ahead, okay, see, as you're offering more cashbacks, as you're offering more cashbacks, okay, all right, the sales will start to improvise, will start to be even higher. Yeah. So this one, this is something that is positive. So here we say negative, here we say negative, negative, positive, right? So we are trying to say that the cashback maximum cashback that you can go for. So the maximum cashback will lead to the maximum sales over here. So this will be S5. Okay, all right. So over here, this one, okay, B. So you end up saying that this is a higher, so high. So high means basically you classify this as optimism. Okay, optimism. So you would classify this as a positive story. So you classify this as a positive story, yeah? So positive story will lead to higher sales. Okay, so higher sales which will provoke the optimism. Okay, all right. So you just put a link here. All right, so just link this one. So you observe that within the X axis, so it enjoys the positive effect. Okay, all right. So within the Y axis also you observe that they enjoy a positive effect. Positive effect. So end up the overall effect will be positive. Okay, all right. So this one is what we end up giving up the examples in terms of the graphical part. Okay, so what I'm saying is that it's not a must that the point that you see it must always be cashbacks or what. Okay, all right. So like say for example scam cases. You want to show them as negative effect. So this is a positive effect, right? Showing an upward trend, right? Showing an upward trend, right? But there's also what we call as another example. Okay, all right. I give you another example. That example you see here. Another example is we put in the scam cases. We bring in the scam cases. So example. So we said that higher level of counterfeit items within the market. Okay, you observe that. Okay, example, you say that there's a higher percentage of counterfeit items, higher percentage of counterfeit items within Taobao. So Taobao is mainly from Alibaba's e-commerce. It's a e-commerce Alibaba e-commerce site actually. Yeah. So you observe that, okay? So this is a where we end up saying that Taobao is actually a e-commerce site within the e-commerce site of Alibaba. Okay, all right. Okay, so when you observe, when you are hearing the news saying that there's a higher percentage of counterfeit items within Taobao, okay, so that one, it's already a counterfeit is something that is negative, okay, all right. You know that the negative thing is very high, so that will be what we call as a negative story. Negative story, yeah, negative story, okay, all right. So the point is that, okay, all right. So negative story, how does the negative story affects the participation? Okay, how does it affect the what do you call the product market? Okay, so basically here we are talking about product market. We are not bringing in the resource market. Resource market also can be I mean, you can bring in the resource market also into the perspective. It depends on what you're going to investigate. Okay, all right. Like say for example, whether to go for work or not to go for the work. What you do is that you do a kind of speculation. You do a kind of speculation. That means if you have more confidence, like say similar as A and B, you have two projects. You notice that in your mindset, you notice that the what you call the returns from the A will be far better than the B, then you definitely accumulate more investment, more funds for A compared to the B, because that's a belief. Okay, all right. So on the other side of it, it can turn out to be the opposite side. Okay, all right. So here you can say that higher percentage of counterfeit items within Taobao. What will happen is that you will start to have a pessimism attitude. So higher level of pessimism attitude. So when you have higher level of pessimism attitude, you will tend to reduce reduce the reduce the consumption. Consumption and visit the Taobao site. Okay, so you see, when you start to have more counterfeit items, that will be classified as a negative story. So negative story will provoke the pessimism, what we call as a negative energy attitude. So it is high at a higher level. So that will reduce the consumption and visits of Taobao site. So with this, the recognition of Taobao might be even lower. Okay, all right. So over here, you can bring in the idea, the thought that over here, I want to say it up that um, origin. So here you can say percentage of counterfeit items. Taobao, right? So when you know Okay, so here you see you can replace the consumption with sales also, it doesn't matter because you see whether your sales are going to go higher or your consumptions are going to go higher, somehow or other it works out to be a beneficial thing for global trade. Okay. Now, how does the global trade comes into the picture? Over here, you see, when we are talking about a Taobao, okay, Taobao is actually a product of China. Okay, it's a virtual product of China. Okay, but then if you refer to the recognition, okay, right, Taobao's app has many multiple level of users from different countries. So, say for example, I'm from Malaysia, I can also what do you call purchase products within Taobao, right? So that there will be an exchange of products happening. You understand? That is what we call as a cross-border transactions. So when you have a cross-border transactions, the moment you are involving another a country, right? Whether regardless of whether it's going to be one or more countries, okay, all right. The moment you're talking about different countries besides besides your home country, that's where the trade comes in, right? The global trade comes in. Okay, the trade comes into the picture first, and then you call it as a global because it doesn't have a border. The moment you have a note that the thing doesn't have a border, so it becomes a borderless trading, right? It becomes a borderless trading, or what we call as a global, a global trade, a global market. Okay, all right. So when you are talking about it from the perspective of global market, the trade, investment part all comes in. The e-commerce thing all comes into the picture. Okay, all right. So that is how that is how it's being advocated. Yeah. So here, let's continue. Okay. All right. So now putting it up. So we have that form. 1 minute. Let's bring in this color. Okay. Here. Okay. So now the point that you are trying to say is that when the counterfeit items, the CI is a counterfeit items, when the counterfeit is too high, your consumption will be lower. You see, this case. So when your consumption is lower, that is because of the belief that the counterfeit items is going to be more. When you trust the fact that the percentage of counterfeit items is going to be more, either you consume either you consume, if you consume also you will reduce it, okay, to a minimum level, okay, all right. You don't consume more than the minimum, like a kind of threshold, okay, all right. Your consumption might not be that high. You see, for example, if the counterfeit items is going to be about 50%, more than 50%, that's already above moderate already. So if that is the case, definitely your consumption is not going to be above 50. It will definitely be lesser than 5% or 10% there, right? Consumption will still be happening, but not that much. Okay, not that much. Okay, all right. So here we put up a point. We end up saying up the fact that, okay, here, let's work it out. Let's work out this. Okay, all right. So here, over here, okay, all right. We put up a C, let's say C. So here we said it's very high, so we label it as a CI, maybe CI 5. So this one we end up saying is very high, right? Okay, so we say this is a negative story. Okay, this is a high, so negative. story. Negative story, because this is a high counterfeit items, okay, higher percentage of counterfeit items, and that will lead to what we call as a this one. So this is a C. So CO, we put it as a CO. Okay, all right. So this is a okay, all right. This one is a lower. So lower part. One minute. Okay, so here this is a low. Okay, all right. This is a low. So when lower consumption means you have a negative vibration. So this is a pessimism. Okay, all right. So this one we put it as a pessimism. Pessimism. Okay, and then at this point, you see at this point, we can use a different color. So this one, when the counterfeit items percentage is very low, then consumption can be higher. Okay, all right. So if it's lower, then definitely you can assure that it's not that severe. Okay, all right. If it's that severe, that means it reduces the percentage effect. So okay, so this one we put it as a lower. So lower means it's a positive story. Yeah. So positive story, and this will be high. So high means it's more to optimism. So the okay, right? So you connect these 2 points together. Okay, so you see this one. This one has a plus because it's a continuation, right? Okay. This is also a continuation, but it has a reduction here, so minus. So minus plus, it will be minus. So you can end up within the animal splits also. You can have the context where the upward and the downward can still happen, right? It's not always upward. Okay, it depends on what context that you are referring to. Okay, it's not always being a cashback, or discounts or vouchers and so on. Sometimes you can link it up to what they call counterfeit items, illegal products, or black market. You can also put it that way. Okay, all right. Because the counterfeit items are, as I told you, it's a shadow economic. So what do I mean by shadow economic here is that, okay, you could see the shadow, the visibility is still there. Okay, the visibility is still there, but it looks like a shadow. That means you see a shadow, right? Shadow is just a replications of the object. It's not a full set of it. Okay, so you know it's happening. You know those events are taking place. It's visible, but the visibility of it is very low, right? Uh, because if the visibility is high, definitely the government would have taken up a severe action on them. The visibility is very low. That's why the regulation supposed to be activated further. It's supposed to be, I mean, the overall system supposed to be regulated in a proper way. Okay, all right. So that's how they bring in the remember the QR code where we need to scan through the QR code to know the real details of the products so that we can avoid the scam activity, right? Or fraud issue. Yeah, we know it's genuine. Usually the QR code will be reflected in all the products, okay, within the product market. Yeah, right. So that's how it's being reflected. So over here, you see, I've given a definition. Okay, all right. So I've given an example, so how it's workable. Okay, all right. So and you see, I've given two examples. Okay, two examples and interpretations as well. Okay, so you see here, you must understand the logics well. If you understand the logics well, you can work out the thing. It's just that it's a matter of understanding the logic. So here, you can say that, okay, in the part of this is, okay, all right. So over here, okay, so when we say that, okay, all right, um, higher level of higher level of underground economic okay, all right. This is what we call as a positive negative story here. So this one we can see the fairness, the trust level, all that, whether it's happening or not. You see here, higher level of underground economic, okay, all right. So within the, like say example, higher percentage of counterfeit products, they has cost has expanded, lack of fairness in terms of consumer treatment. So you see the thing is that, okay, when we talk about a higher level of underground economy, okay, which given an example, higher percentage of counterfeit products, okay, this one is what we call as a like a negative story. It's like a fact, as I told you earlier. Story can be referred to past events and also the present events. Okay, all right. So something that will provoke a positivity, you can generate it as a positive story. Something that will create a negative vibe, put it as a negative story. Okay, all right. So in this case, when you have a higher percentage of counterfeit products, you are trying to say that, okay, you're trying to link up the overall effects together. So when that thing is taking place, when you know that the counterfeit products are there, when you know that the products have the location for I mean, when you know that the product market has a location for fake products or lower quality products, that's where the lack of fairness comes in, the biasness, right? The biasness comes in. That means it's not being treated well. You see, it's not being treated well. So, you see, for example, there will be a higher chance for consumers to be caught with uh, lower quality products, right? So, it's not worth it at all, right? So you see, Some might be linking it up, the purchasing power with what you call the pricing. When the price is too high, the purchasing power will be lower. Okay, but you see, same goes to this one. So this one is a cost. It's a cost. When you say a higher percentage of counterfeit items, something that is negative. So it's a cost. It's not a cost in terms of prices, you know. That means indirectly you are paying a price. Indirectly you are paying a price, and that might have a negative impact on your on the pattern of your consumption. So when you know that the market is not treating you well due to this sort of existence, okay, all right, this is where the lack of fairness, the unfair treatment will reduces the trust or confidence level, and this will lead to a fact that this will make the consumers to avoid the usage of, okay, all right. So you see, this will make the consumer to avoid the usage of lower quality products. Okay, all right. So you see the thing is that, okay, all right, they don't have the trust ready. They don't have the trust ready. So when they feel that, you know, the treatment is not fair, what will happen, that will reduce the trust or confidence level. Okay. Now, most probably they will avoid from consuming at the moment they don't have the trust on Tabio, I mean, Taobao. Okay. All right. The moment they recognize Taobao as a site with the highest number of counterfeit items, they know already most of the about 80 to 90% of the products are going to be fake. Definitely, the consumption might not be even uh, positive. It will get to a zero consumption, right? That will be a tremendous effect. Okay, and that's also depends on the sensitivity effects, how far we are showing a reaction. Okay, all right. So that's all depends, you know, whether we are going to reduce the consumption tremendously, or we are going to reduce it up to a lower level. Okay, but not zero. Okay, you see some consumers, okay, they will reduce the consumption, but it's not up to the level of zero. Okay, they don't go for zero consumption. They will still purchase it, but very low. Okay, they won't be giving out more business to those sites, you know, right? So you see, you're already done with the sort of full compilation. So over here, it's all depends on how you're going to put up the thoughts, you see. So discuss the context of animal spreads within global trade. So this is an example. You talk about Shopee, you talk about Taobao. Okay, you see Shopee here. Shopee is what we call as international product, uh the owned by Singapore Free Limited. Okay, all right. So you see, you look at that part, you see, even though the product is from Singapore, yeah, but it has attracted many users or many consumers or buyers from different countries, right? From different countries, regardless of whether it's Asian or non-Asian countries. Okay, even developing as well. Okay, so when that thing has happened, so you could clearly see the connection of that animal spirits or the explanation within the context of global trade. You see, so the examples that we are passing over must be connected to the global trade. Okay, all right. So this is a part of trading as well, right? This is a part of trading. Okay, all right. Now usually you will go for a cash and so on, right? A cash effect and so on. But here, if you go through, if you purchase the Shopee and so on, obviously monetary part will be affected, lah. Yeah. So you see, the moment you know that, the moment you get the experience that, uh, other consumers end up getting a lower quality products, even though they pay more, even though they pay the price for the genuine products, but they end up getting fake products or lower quality items or products that are tied to a higher level of defections. Even though the product is not fake, even though the product is not a lower quality, but still product with a higher level of defection rates, you damage the products up to the highest. That is also what we call as a part of counterfeit items, right? So you see, the moment you are saying that the products has a lot of damages, but you are claiming that the product is perfect and you are selling it off. So the moment the consumer get that sort of product, so the person might lose interest. So next time, maybe the next round, they might think of dropping out the merchant from the list. They won't go for the same merchants. They would rather prefer to do a thorough survey or detailed survey before getting into those uh, consumptions. Okay, all right. So that is the part of question number three. Okay, all right. How it goes. Okay, all right. So this is one pattern of it. Okay, all right. So let me finish the last question, and then if we have the time, we will go through the other set as well. Okay. Any questions? Feel free to ask me. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, question number four. Explain the context of product market and resource market within the global perspectives. Okay. Now, as I told you earlier, you can have graphs to support this. Okay, right? You can make use of some of the theories as well, some of the concepts. Okay, all right. Like say for example, this question is asking us to talk about product market and resource market within global perspectives. Now remember, when we talk about it from the macro perspective, okay, all right. So we will be engaging it with what we call as a circular flow of what we call as a circular flow of the macro sustainability, right? So how does that thing works out is that over here, when you're talking about explain the context of a product market, so within the product market, we have different features to it. Okay, right? So you see, product wise, we have what we call as it depends on whether you are referring to a physical or a virtual products. See, when you're talking about physical products can be a standalone sort of thing. Okay, all right. And at the same time, physical products can also support the virtual products at the same time. Okay, some might not stand on its own. Like say, for example, whatever virtual products that you take in, okay, whatever virtual products that you take in, like regardless of whether it's a games application, it's a what you call it's a fintech applications, or is it a bank applications or what? Okay, all right. So or websites and so on. Okay, all right. So all that is what we call as a virtual product. So in order for the virtual product to work out, in order for the operations of virtual product to be on a usual shape, we have to call up the product market. We have to make use of a product market together with the resource market. You see, so like let's go on to this. Okay, let's put it up this one. Over here, we end up saying that product market refers to a market that has a connection. Okay, right? So when we talk about product market, we refer to a market that has a total effect of demand and supply of products and services. Okay, right. So you see here, okay, all right. So when you are talking about product market, product market refers to a market that has a total effect of demand and supply of products and services. Okay, right. Uh, Between stakeholders. So when you're talking about stakeholders here, okay, right, you're not referring to only a certain parties, you're referring to the overall parties. You see over here, okay, let's put it up this way, okay. You see, um, we have uh, we have a part of supply. We also have the part of a demand. Okay, all right. So this demand and supply, we are talking about aggregated effects. We are talking about aggregated effect, or sometimes we call it as a total effect, right? We are looking into all the productions and also the consumptions that are happening. Okay. In other words, demand is more to consumptions, production is more to supply. Okay. So you see, the moment you demand for the product, you will be consuming the product. That's how it works out. The moment you produce the products, you have to supply the products. Otherwise, it turns out to be a wastage, right? So in order for the traders or manufacturers to earn profits or to earn extra benefit from what they produce, they have to sell off the items. Okay, all right. Whether the volume of sales is higher or lower, that depends on the situations. Okay, all right. So this product market, okay, now we put in a point. We end up saying that product market products are divided into physical products. Physical products is what we call as tangible items, tangible products. Virtual products, intangible. Okay, all right. So tangible products, intangible products, and services. Okay, all right. So here you should not be only looking into what we call as a, in this case, we are not only saying that we are concentrating on local products. Did I ever say, did I ever indicate anything that tells us that, we are going to concentrate only on the local market? No such thing. We cannot say that the thing is only about local market or a foreign market or international or global market. Okay, right? So the definition that we have to provide it as a whole. Okay, right? So if we refer to the product market, services will also come into the picture because resources are different. Resources are what we call as a inputs. In order for you to produce something, in order for you to supply something, you need to put in something. Like that's why I said that the resources part, when it comes to the resources part, you are inputting your knowledge, you are inputting your experiences. All that are a part of resources, right? So the more knowledge that you gain, the more experiences that you can accumulate. So that is how it works like. Okay, all right. Okay. I tell you what, okay. So here it's already about 1 hour plus ready. Okay. I'll give you a break. I'll give you a break about 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Just for you all to list out all your questions. Make sure you understand whatever that I'm throwing out to you. Okay. Right. And at the same time, uh, post out your questions to me. Okay. All right. Post out the questions to me. Okay. So that I'll be able to more or less indicate or get to know whether you all understood what I'm presenting or not. Okay, all right. So I'll give you about 10 minutes. Now the time is 2:57. Okay, all right. So we will continue back at 3:07. Okay, all right, 3:07. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yeah. Okay, so guys, now the time is 3 7. Okay, all right. So we may start with our session. Okay, all right. So we still have about 1 hour plus. Okay, let's work out this. Okay, all right. So okay, so coming back to the point. Okay, so when you're talking about a product market perspective, okay, as I told you earlier, we are more interested in looking at the aggregate demand and the aggregate supply. That means total effect lah. Yeah. Okay. So this one, it involves the relationship between traders or merchants. We could put it as merchants buyers, consumers or buyers. Okay. All right. So you see, when it comes to product market part, okay, you have to understand that, okay, as we are going through the circular flow of what you call of a macro level, okay, all right, we tend to say that product market is more to like association between sellers, merchants or sellers and consumers. Okay, sometimes you classify consumers as buyers. Okay, all right. So it is with it is with the the exchange effects of monetary values. Monetary values in this case is what we call as currencies and products, right? So you see here, when it comes to currencies, you are involving what we call as through currencies or payments via e-wallets, right? Okay. So you see, it is with exchange effects of monetary values. You have currencies, you have payment wise. Okay. At the same time, there will also be possibilities for including the funds as well. Okay. So you might have also you might put in funds there. Okay, funds or payment. Okay, all right, and products and services. Okay, this is to claim out the ownership for the products. Okay, all right. So example, you can see examples of products basically. So you can say like the one that we have talked about earlier. So in the first question, remember? Okay, you can talk about electronic gadgets, clothing, gadgets, clothing, clothing, or clothes, Sometimes you can call it as a garments also. Yeah. Okay. Right. Examples of products can be electronic gadgets, clothes. What else? The staple items. Staple items. Staple items are like what we call rice, salt, sugar, all that. Okay. All right. Necessity items in a way. Okay. All right. So you can also bring in the or you can say food related items. You can put it as a food related items, right? What else? All these are tangible, right? Something that you can feel, something you can touch. Okay, all right. So you can talk about Rappi, Boost, Boost. Um, you can put it as Momo, Sachango, Alipay, Samsung Pay, all right? WeChat Pay, or WhatsApp Pay also, okay? WeChat Pay. Okay, all right. So we have given a definition. So how you're going to bring in the cause effect. So here, so the moment you're going to bring in this, okay, you already show up the examples, right? So there is also a point where you can indicate that, okay, product market within the context of product market, physical products have. Okay, so you see here in this case, within the context of product market, physical products have the embedded version of virtual products. So that means what I'm trying to indicate by this is, okay, I'm trying to say that, okay, like say for example, you take your smartphone, okay, all right. So smartphone, example, as an example, smartphone, physical product, right? Okay, so physical product, okay, has the spaces for the survival of applications. This is what we call applications like what we have Google example, Google, Outlook, we have Play Store, we do have like say so we have Google, we have Outlook, Play Store. I can give different examples also, right? So you can continue by giving a few other examples also. Like you see, Word, Microsoft Word is also a part of application as well. Okay, all right. So you can give example of like say Boost. Okay, all right. Say put it like this. So this one comes as a software. So which is also what we call as a physical products. So you see when we talk about a smartphone, okay, which is a physical product, okay, it has the spaces. It has the spaces for uh what we call as a the survival or uh the continuous effects of applications. Okay, this is for processing part, right? Okay, so you see, you can also say for the processing of applications also. Okay, all right. So this indicates the complementary association. Yeah, so complementary associations between physical and virtual product. Okay, all right. So okay, all right. So this thing, okay. So after you have talked about the product market perspective, okay. So that comes in, you have the production part and also the consumption part comes in. Okay, so the thing is that here, when you are talking about product market, from the perspective of from the perspective of from the perspective of Ricardian, yeah, Ricardian model. Okay, all right. So here we tend to say that the sacrifice effect. So you see, in this case, when you talk about product market from the perspective of Ricardian model, or you can bring in the Hexagon model also, doesn't matter. So you see Ricardian or HO model. Okay, all right. So when you are bringing this into the picture, okay, you should have what we call as a production and production consumption. You should be linking it up with the what we call as a exports and imports. Okay, all right. So here, let's put up this one, this point to it. Okay, all right. So okay, let's sketch it up. Okay, over here, let's sketch it up. Okay, so now you see here. The point that we are trying to put in here is that you must have the MRS effect. You know, MRS is what we call as a marginal rate of um, substitution. Okay, marginal rate of substitution. Okay, all right. So this one is the one we end up saying that it has a link. You see, when you're talking about this MRS and terms of trade. So the MRS value, terms of trade, is the budget lah, budget effect. Okay, so you put it as a budget effect or budget line. Okay, all right. So this one will give you equilibrium of these two will lead to give you a what we call as consumption equilibrium. Okay, consumption equilibrium. So meaning to say actual consumption unit. When you are talking about MRS, okay, MRS is actually a slope of we can call this as a slope of indifference curve. So this is actually a slope of indifference curve. Indifference curve. Right. Okay. So this one is a pricing effect. One basically it's a px divided by the terms of trade effect by slope of the budget line actually basically, yeah. Okay, terms of trade, or we can call it as a budget effect. So this one is basically we end up saying that this is a slope of a budget line. So that's basically in terms of pricing, yeah, in terms of pricing. Okay, all right. So when you say when the slope of indifference curve, okay, all right, when the MRS thing is what we call as the slope of indifference curve, matches with the slope of budget line, which is pricing, okay, all right. So consumption, basically, indifference curve is all talking about consumptions. So when units of consumption synchronizes with the pricing, that will indicate the actual consumption unit that you got to go for. Okay, all right, actual unit of that you got to go for. Okay, all right. So now MRT okay here basically MRTS, so we put it as a budget line. So PPC, so PPC is a production possibilities curve. Okay, production possibilities curve. So this one talks about the quantities. Okay, basically this one there's a slope of PPC. Okay, slope of PPC. You can call it as MRT, marginal rate of transformation. So MRT, marginal rate of transformation. So this one is same as the slope of trade effect, trade line, yeah. Okay, expense or cost line, cost effect. Okay, cost effect as well. So this one will lead to production equilibrium. So this is what we call as actual production unit. So over here, so and then resources used, what we call as the labors and capital. Capital per labor per capital. Okay, all right. So here you see you have capital per labor is a ratio, meaning to say labor capital ratio, and capital per labor means capitals for 1 unit of labor. Okay, capitals for 1 unit of labor, and we say labor per capital. That means labors per capital. Okay, all right. So that is how it shows up the effect. Okay, all right. So now over here, we put it up, the sort of logic here. Okay, so how does it work here? We draw up the graph. Okay, now let's draw the graph. Okay, so this one, okay, all right. So um let's catch up this one first. Okay, all right. So over here, okay, this one, we end up calling this as PPC. We end up classify this as a PPC, right? PPC means to say that production possibilities curve. So here we end up saying that this is a production possibilities curve, PPC, or sometimes you can call it as a PPF. PPF means production possibilities frontier. Okay, right? So over here, okay, you put in the you put over here. Let's say I use papers and clothes like yeah. So over here I say clothes here, papers. Okay, all right. So it can be millions and so on. So I put it as thousands. So this one I put it as thousands on average effect. Okay, on average effect. So now the thing is that okay, what you should understand here is that okay, right? So when you come to this point over here, you see over here, okay, all right. Let's put in this, okay. So this one, okay, all right. So let's draw a line here. We put up a line here, okay, all right. So this is terms of trade. Okay, terms of trade. So here, you see, if you notice here, this will be what we call as So here we put it up as let's say here we say it up as a CO PO. Okay, all right. So we want to put up the points. Okay, just a matter of indication that okay, we want to see over here whether it works out like this. Okay, over here, so you see, you look into the logic person. Okay, right? What we are trying to say is that here, okay, all right, we end up putting up a point. So let's say this is a point. So this A point is an indication that shows up that the TOT, which is terms of trade, TOT is a terms of trade, right? Terms of trade, it's equivalent to the PPC slope. So that means MRT slope. So MRT. So this is a slope of PPC. So this is what we call as a uh, production equilibrium. Okay, why is it production equilibrium? Because there is an intersection happening between the PPC and the TOT line. If the PPC intersects with the TOT line, then you end up getting production equilibrium. I mean, this is based on a theory lah. So when the situation of hay has taken place, so you call this as production equilibrium. So here, this is up to you on whether you want to focus on papers or clothes. But let's say we already have production equilibrium, right? So let's say I want to sketch up. I want to put up reflect on this. Let's say here. Okay, here. Okay, all right. So now let's say I want to have the indifference curve. So what will be the case here? I put it up. I put it up like this. So this is my indifference curve. I see. So I see means indifference curve. Indifference curve. Now, what do I mean by indifference curve here is because you see here, we put up a point. This is an intersection here. Okay, all right. So this is P2. This is a C2. Okay, all right. So this is your point B. So A is a CO and BO. Okay, so this is B. So you see B is actually the intersection between the IC and the TOT. It doesn't intersect with TOT. I mean, it doesn't intersect with the PPC. You know why? Because the thing is that, okay, what we are trying to say is that there's no such thing as equilibrium. No autarky exists in the world. Okay, right? Because it's very difficult. It's very difficult for you to please, for you to say that, okay, unless you're very sure about the market, unless we are living in a perfect environment, perfect market, then you can say that the production is equals to the consumption. In this case, you cannot say the production is equals to the consumption. So, because you know why, whatever that you produce, you will not be able to supply it fully. You understand? Do you agree with me if I say that, okay, if I'm going to come out with what do you call 10,000 units of CDs or 10,000 units of clothes, will I be able to sell off all the 10,000? No. That's what we observe in the current situation, right? Where they end up having a warehouse sale right? Jumbo sale, all that, right? Okay. Why do they have those sales? Why do they have a stock clearance sales? Because they want to clear the wastages, right? For that, in order for them to clear some of the stocks and so on, so-called as a new stocks. New stocks means stocks that have been embodied within the warehouse. Okay, so you consider that as a new because no one has used it. Okay, right? But the the existence of those products are already there for many years or for many months. Okay, all right. So the thing is that if you notice that part of it, okay, obviously whatever that you produce, you might produce more than what is being required, right? Say for example, I want 5,000 units of CDs, and if you supply me with 5,000 units, then it's fair enough. You are fulfilling only one demand. Because in the actual market, you don't have one demand alone, right? So you have many demands. We are looking at the total effect. We are not looking at the demand or the preference of one individual. No. Okay, so usually the production, there will always be an excess of productions unless if there's a distortion. Either you have a shortages or you have a surpluses. Either the production is not enough or the production is too much. Production is enough, no such thing. Production is enough or no such thing. If production is enough means definitely we'll be able to supply everything, right? So that will not be the case. Okay, right? So if you observe here, the intersection is happening between the what we call as TOT. TOT is terms of trade. Okay. Now remember, terms of trade will always refer to prices, and again it refers to the cost. Okay, all right. So it's equals to what we call as MRS. This is MRS, slope of IC, slope of IC, slope of IC. So if you observe here, okay, right, if you observe here, so this one, the TOT, which is indicating the cost effect or price effect, is tying up with the tying up with indifference curve. Indifference curve is indicating consumption units. So when consumption units are tied up with the prices, that means both have come out to the agreement, right? So that is what we call as a consumption equilibrium. So actual consumption that is taking place, right? Okay, so if you observe here, A and B, okay, which one is whether A is better than the B or B is better than the A, you have to look at two different contexts. If we look at the A, if you look at the A part, A is we observe that it's a PO, and then CO. Okay, all right. So over here, you see A has a coordinate which is PO and CO, right? Okay. If we look at this one, if you look at the B part, okay, you notice that there's also a coordinate, a combination of x-axis and the y-axis, which is papers and clothes. So you have about P2 and you have about C2. Okay, all right. So over here, we notice that between the PO and P2, P2 is higher than PO. P2 is actually higher than PO, isn't it? At the same time, we notice that CO is higher than the C2, right? Yeah, are you with me? So the thing is that if we notice here, which one is higher? if you, as you compare with the papers wise, okay, the P2 is higher than the PO. That means consumption is more than the production. So what they are trying to say is that you are demanding more than what I have, right? What I have, because the actual production, what I'm trying to say here is that my actual production of papers is at PO, but you're demanding more than the PO, which is P2. So domestically, I cannot supply you with extra units, right? You understand? So the P2 is actually out of the out of out of the out of the line. That means out of the line means what I'm trying to say is that actual production is PO, but the demand, the consumption part is P2. So P2 is more than PO. That means consumption is more than the production. If the consumption is more than the production, so what we are trying to say? So here, consumption is more than the production. Actual consumption is more than the actual production. So this is what we call as imports. Why imports? Because you have shortage of papers. Why do you have to go and import it? Why do you have to go and import it? Because the local market is facing a shortage. So when there's a shortage of papers, when the shortage of papers is taking place, definitely you will have to import. You have to get it from your neighboring partner, right? So whereas here, if you observe here, the CO, you see the CO is bigger than the C2. What is CO? CO is reflecting the production. Now the actual production is CO, but the actual consumption is only C2. It doesn't cross the CO. Okay, still below the CO. Okay, that means this is the actual production that is taking place. Actual production of clothes that are taking place. Okay, that is actually taking place. Okay, so CO is more than C2, right? So in that case, what do you do here is production minus consumption. So basically, you have excess of production. So you can classify this as export. So export means to say that you have a surplus of clothes. You have a surplus of clothes. So when you have a surplus of clothes, that means that's an indication to say that you have excess of clothes. Understand? You have excess of clothes. Okay. So you have excess of clothes. So here, what we are trying to say is that, okay, all right, excess of clothes means, well, how do you get rid of the excess? You sell it off. You cannot sell it off locally. You know why you cannot sell it off locally? Locally, only one C2. The total consumption unit within your local market is C2. You understand? But you produce more than the C2, right? So when you produce more than the C2, locally, yours is considered to be a wastages. You produce more than what is being required. Okay, but the thing is that you can open up your market. You can export the rest to your neighboring partner. That's based on a theory. So what do you say based on a theory? So you see, in the same sort of graph, I've explained to you the export and the import part. You understand, right? So here they can produce more excess of clothes, because you see, so we could say that clothes is more to labor intensive. So we can say that labor intensive. So here, this one we can say that labor intensive, labor intensive, Over here, you can say capital intensive. Papers will be capital intensive. Okay, all right. So you must understand the context while you see this case. I said what? Okay. You see capital, right? You see you have a capital, okay, per labor, right? So the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that uh, this is base for you're comparing the clothes and also what do you call papers. You see, for clothes, you need more of labors. You need more of labors. Okay, so more of labors. Okay, so and you need less of capitals. Actually, you don't need capitals. You see over here, if you observe it. Okay, all right. This clothes is what we call. We put it as clothes here. Okay, all right. So this one is what we call as capital per labor, right? You see, capital per labor. Per labor means you divide them by labor L. Okay. Now K divided by L, which is a capital per labor. Okay. So that the thing is that what I'm trying to indicate here is that okay. Now capital per labor. So clothes requires more labors. You need more manpowers to manufacture clothes, right? So when labor increases, capital, you don't need capital. You don't need a capital, but you still need a capital. You know why? Because you are still producing papers, right? Okay, you are still producing papers, but for clothes, you don't need it. So let's put it as stagnant first. Okay, all right. So when capital is fixed, labor is increasing. So we end up saying that the overall effect will be down. So when this is down, you end up putting up this one. You see K, we put K here. Okay, all right. Over L, paper, paper. Okay, all right. So when that happens, okay, right? What about for paper? Paper, we're trying to say that the labor is fixed. Labor is fixed. The price of capital is lower, so that's why you need more of this. Okay, all right. So overall effect will be more. So in a way, you tend to say that you have these two, right? This one seems to be more than this. So, okay, all right. So this paper has more capital labor ratio compared to clothes. Clothes might have a labor capital ratio, but not the capital per labor. You see, you understand? So that is why we end up saying up the point that papers has higher capital intensity compared to clothes. Clothes is more to what you call labor uh, intensive product, because that product has abundant units of cheap labors. You see, so that is the part. You see, so here I've already explained. You see, I've already talked about Ricardian. You see, Ricardian. I've talked about Ricardian where I bring in the export and import. You see, export and import still come into the picture. I talk about the pricing, TOT pricing, right? Again, same thing, right? So there is a price differences over here. You see, price differences over here. So it seems to be that over here, you see, this is a steeper part. This is if it's like this means then it's what we call as if like this, if the curve is flatter, okay, all right, flatter means it's like this. Okay, let's put it this way. It's if it's like this. See if the curve, if it's like this, you have this. This is y. This is x. If you say this is okay, all right, steeper. Okay, let's look at the effect. You see the effect. Use different color. Can you see it favors the y, right? It favors the y. Can you see? I'm not cheating you. See the gap. The gap of this is bigger than this, right? So you see it favors. It favors a y. It favors the y. Okay, favors the y. Y. Sorry. Favor the y. Okay, why? Because you see, if it's steeper means the price of X is higher. Price of X is higher, so indirectly, you put it up because Y is a steeper curve. Okay, all right. So this one is logically speaking, yeah, there is a more quantitative analysis that we could work out to prove that whether this is a steeper, to prove that the price of X will increase and so on. But that's not what we want. Okay, that's not what we want. So we want to understand the concepts well. So if it's a steeper, so definitely it favors on the Y. Why does it favor on the Y? Because you see, higher proportion is being allocated to Y compared to X. You see, less proportion is being allocated to the X. So that means you don't want more X and you want more Y. So what could be a proper reasoning for that? Is because of the cost. So theoretical wise, I'm talking about theoretical wise, don't bring in the reality into the picture. I know that you might have the understanding that it might be because of other factors like quality or branding and so on. Okay. If we look at this, this is a steeper, right? Let me draw one more. Uh, let's bring in this. Okay, all right. So here will be y. Here will be the x. You observe okay, see see the difference there. Okay, you see over here. Over here, you see. Let's draw this one, this portion. You look at it very clearly, you see which one it's dominating, you see. Can you see? Can you clearly see? That means you see this one, this portion is favoring this. So this flat part is favor X. So why it doesn't favor the Y? Because in this case, we end up saying up the fact that price of Y is higher. Price of Y is higher. So this is what we call as a flatter curve. So what line is this? This is a TOT line, price line. Okay, so understanding of this is if it's a steeper, if the TOT line is steeper, that means the price of X axis will be higher. So when the price of X axis is higher, that means what do we end up saying? We end up saying that the demand for X will be lower. You see? So that is what we are trying to indicate over here. You see? Okay, so over here, you see, if you observe here carefully, over here, you see this one, you have this TOT thing, right? Okay, but you see, you look at this one, look at the consumption part, consumption. When you look at the TOT part, and this is okay, so over here, okay, over here, so you see, it favors on Y. You see, it favors on Y. So you put it up, put up the point. You see the difference. You look at the difference over here. Very small, very small. So here is importing. See, importing is lesser. You see, importing is lesser. That is the thing. You see, if you observe here the gap. You see, if we look at this part, the gap of this and the gap of this, there is a difference. They are not the same. So what we are trying to say is that when we observe that the TOT is steeper, we make a point that the price of papers will be higher. So when the price of papers is higher, okay, will there be a demand for the papers? No, right? Demand will become lesser. So when demand is lesser, what will happen? They will have to competitively look for an alternative. That is why if you observe export there, the price of clothes is cheaper. So that is why the export is workable. You see that after the production, after the local production minus the local consumption, you end up getting the excess, and the excess is what we call as a gain. That gain is the one that you're going to export. You see, you export, you earn money, injections, more to injections. That means you pump in more money into the economics, into the system. Okay, right? Whereas if you look into the papers wise, the gap is very small. So you see the price of papers locally, it's expensive. So in that case, can you actually sell off the papers? Not really. So you have to look for alternatives. That's why the import comes into the picture. The imports will be reflected, right? So that is how it is supposed to be. Okay, all right. So you need to look at the point clearly. Okay, all right. This is only one view of it. One view itself is enough ready to portray the other parts. Okay, all right. So you see here you're talking about capitals, you're talking about labors, all these things generally done. You already talked enough about the product market, okay, but then the thing is that here you can also talk about what we call as resources. What other resources that we have? You see, in the context of we look at this, uh, put it up this way. Yeah. Okay, so over here, you see, over here, we end up saying that, see, the context of what do you call Ricardian model. Okay, Control B. So in the context of Ricardian model, Ricardian HO model, or Ricardian and HO models, it seems to be that deeper is supported exports of Y, product Y in this case is product Y is clothes, right? Is it clothes? Yeah, clothes. And imports of so imports of product X. This one will be papers. Okay, all right. So you see, the point is that a steeper terms of trade has supported the exports of product Y, clothes, and imports of product X, paper. So you see, when you have exports and imports, so the proportion of exports seems to be more because the price of clothes is cheaper. Okay, so they could have made more sales and so on. Yeah, so more profits that can be generated through other sort of point. So in this case, okay, you could also say that since the papers price of X is lower, right? Price of papers is lower, so um, the the higher cost of higher cost of capital has expanded the price of papers, and this has reduced the demand for papers, right? So yeah, okay. So higher cost of labors has lowered the price of goods, and this has expanded the demand for Okay, all right. So you see, it seems to be that it seems to be that you see, you can say that the idea, the notion of Ricardian, the notion of theories is still feasible in certain industries, but but it has but it has a certain number of weaknesses such as such such as the concepts have been confined to two countries and two resources. In reality, we do have multiple levels of products and services Okay, all right. So we see in reality we do have multiple levels of products, different branding or designs of products, and resources such as knowledge levels, knowledge or skills, right, or expertise, experience. This is all what we call as resources here. Okay, all right. Energy sources, funds, time, labors, technology, innovation, minerals, salt, many more, many others. Okay, so you see, when it comes to the context of resources, we only say that it's being confined to only labors and capitals. You see, it is confined to two countries, and two products. Okay, all right. So you can say two countries, two products, two products, and two resources. Okay, all right. So in reality, we do have multiple levels of products. Okay, different brandings of products, designs of products, and we do have products with a single function, multiple functions, right? We have different categories of products. Longevity, we have to look into the longevity, the durations of lastings. Okay, all right. Yeah, and in terms of quality wise, okay, in terms of designs, where the colors, the patterns will come into the picture. Yeah. Now, apart from that, the resources is like knowledge or skills, experience. You see, it's all depends on the labor. So, you see, although we have different resources over here, or sources, okay, all right, or inputs, okay. Now, those resources can come as a sort of combinations. When you talk about knowledge, skills, and experience, you could link it, you could link that up with labors, right? Where the skilled laborers, the freelancers, the part-time or the full-timers will come into the picture. Even the technology part also, we have robot version of labors, we have robot version of labors, we have human capital, right? Humans combined with capitals, knowledge-wise. Okay, all right. We have robotics, robot version of labors. So all that will come into the picture where we are mixing up innovation with humans, right? So capitals. Robotics will also fall under capitals, under machineries, but it still tie up with technology and innovation. So there will be a possibilities of integrating capitals, innovation, and technology all three together. Yeah. So it doesn't exist as a separate portion. It comes as a sort of integration. Okay. All right. So you see all these things. Okay. So these are the highlights of what are the things that you can incorporate in the questions. So thanks to the God that we have managed to cover all the questions. I have given to you a first version of it. Maybe if you're interested, I can give you another, maybe second version or third version. If you still don't get the first version, then I can give you a second or third version. That is also based on a request. Provided if you're okay, then you can ask me. Okay, I give you my what do you call? I will give you a put down my number in case if you have any further questions, you can write up to me. Now, so my name is Dr. Vignesh. So you can email me, right? Okay, or my number 012. Obviously, you have to put +60. Okay, plus you have to put this +6012 33222 099. You have to put up this. Okay, all right. That's my number and my email address. Okay, so if you have any questions or anything that you would like me to further verify, by all means, you can ask me. Okay, all right. So, guys, any let me check and see here. Yeah, so we're already here. Just reconnect. Yeah, okay, it's already here. So if you have any further questions, you can ask me. I'm more than happy to answer you. Okay. Now, thanks again for staying up to this time. Okay. So it's already 4:18. Okay. All right. I've taken some extra time. Okay. All right. I hope you all are still okay. All right. So, and thanks for staying with me up to this time. I really appreciate that. So, do you have any questions? Any questions that you want me to clarify? Now, if you have no questions now or later on, if you have any further questions or before your, yeah, any questions?
Oh, sorry, I mistake.
Yeah, yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah. So, if we have any further questions regarding the discussions that we had just now, or any other extra things that you need from me, maybe before your quiz, when will be your quiz? Yeah, if you don't mind. Anyone? Anyone knows? Have you gotten the date for your quiz? Not yet? Okay, no problem. Okay. So if you need any further clarifications before your what do you call any extra inputs from me, maybe before your quiz, by all means you can reach to me through the email address. Okay. You can text me. You can text me using the mobile number, and you can also WhatsApp me because I'm using the same number as my WhatsApp number. Okay, all right. So please try to reach uh, uh, through the email address or the mobile number. Okay, right. In case if you need any extra inputs, if you are not clear with what I've gone through, by all means, write up to me. Okay, because this is a sort of important thing in important sort of session, revision session, especially for your quiz. Okay, all right. So you got to really work hard for it. Okay. Now, guys, any final questions? If you're okay, uh, please put in thumbs up. Okay, I guess some are leaving because of the time effect, I guess. Okay. I hope all of you are okay. All right. So if you have any issues, please write up to me, guys. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.